Chapter 27:27. A red light suddenly appeared and flew out of the high heaven palace, directly breaking through the sect defending array. When the red light reached the front of the ship, it paused for a moment, revealing a petite figure. It was none other than Zhu Qing, who had left in a fit of anger. In fact, at this moment, she was filled with regret. Just now, she had fallen out with Yang Kai and left in a fit of anger, completely forgetting the task assigned to her by the elders. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai for not stopping or persuading her to stay, causing her to be in an awkward situation. Suddenly seeing a ship stop outside the sect, she naturally glanced over curiously. Sweeping her eyes over Mi Qi and Ji Ying, her gaze paused on Li Jiao for a moment, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, as if she was very disdainful. Inexplicably, Li Jiao's heartstrings tightened, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if this petite woman in front of him could casually kill him. His heart was filled with shock as he wondered why he was feeling this way. He was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so in this world, only the great emperors could casually kill him. Could this woman in front of him be one of the great emperors? But that was impossible. He had never heard of any great emperors looking like this. Although the flowery shadow great emperors were women, they definitely didn't look like this woman. What's going on? Li Jiao couldn't help feeling suspicious for a moment, wondering if he was imagining things because he was too nervous. "It's you," Li Xin cried out involuntarily as he pointed at Zhu Qing, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Who is she?" Jing frowned and asked. This woman flew out from the High Heaven Palace, so she should be a member of the High Heaven Palace. Could she be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that couldn't be right. Wasn't the High Heaven Palace's palace master a man named Yang Kai? Honored master, it's her. She and the High Heaven Palace's palace master attacked this disciple together. This disciple is suffering, Li Xin cried bitterly. She also made a move? Ji Ying's expression darkened. That's right. She was the one who hit me first. She's from the Emperor Realm, and I'm only from the First Order Dao Source Realm. I didn't even have the strength to fight back. Li Xin wept as he complained. He looked extremely sad. Shameless, Ji Ying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this beautiful woman. However, after hearing Li Xin's words, that good impression of her instantly vanished. She suddenly felt that this woman was detestable no matter how she looked at it. As a member of the Emperor Realm, how dare you bully the weak? You're a disgrace to us emperors. Mi Qi roared angrily as he circulated his Emperor Qi. Let me teach you a lesson and seek justice for Marshal Nephew Li. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already flying towards Zhu Qing like a great rock spreading its wings. Ji Ying's expression changed, as if he wanted to stop Mi Qi's recklessness, but after thinking about it, he gave up and stood there with a gloomy expression. It would be good to teach her a lesson, lest this High Heaven Palace become too arrogant. He was not worried that Mi Qi would not be a match for her. After all, Mi Qi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. No matter how strong this woman was, she would not be a match for Mi Qi. Zhu Qing's brows furrowed tightly, and her anger exploded in an instant. She had already been wronged by Yang Kai, and now that Mi Qi had taken the initiative to attack her, it gave her a chance to vent. She raised her hand, raised her fist, and punched towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly as he formed a large seal and sneered, "How dare a mere speck of light compete with me?" He pushed his hands forward as his Emperor Qi filled the air. His moves were fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one fell swoop. Her fist rushed forward and destroyed Mi Qi's Emperor Qi as easily as crushing dry weeds. A vortex of force suddenly appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything, and the large seal in front of Mi Qi's chest shattered. What? Mi Qi's expression changed drastically as a sense of horror surged from the depths of his heart. Only at this moment did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. Although this woman had not used her Emperor Qi, her strength was simply unfathomable. It was too late for him to change his move and reverse the situation, so he could only fiercely circulate his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Hong long long. The petite fist smashed into Mi Qi's chest, and it was visible to the naked eye that a large part of his chest had caved in. Ji Ying and the others who were standing behind Mi Chi could clearly see that Mi Chi's back had suddenly protruded, as if he had grown a large pot, and from his back, a blast of air exploded, blowing a large hole in his clothes. The sect master of the High Sky sect in the Northern Territory, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Mi Chi, was directly sent flying and slammed into the protective shield of the ship, his limbs spread out in mid-air. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling sharply rang out. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Although Mi Chi was suspected of underestimating his opponent, there was no doubt about the strength of this woman to be able to beat him to such a state with a single punch. Li Xian, who had been watching excitedly, wanting to see Mi Chi take revenge for him, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his neck, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as his body trembled and his heart filled with fear. Although he had been slapped by Zhu Qing a few days ago, it was not a big deal. If she had used such strength to hit him that day, he would have been dead already. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. After staring blankly for a long time, Ji Ying remembered to remove the ship's protective shield and let Mi Chi in. This king underestimated you, Hua. Mi Chi landed on the deck and wanted to say something to save face, but halfway through his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as paper. Ji Ying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. Who are you? After punching Mi Chi, Zhu Qing calmed down a lot and coldly looked ahead and asked, Who are you? Ji Ying was furious, thinking that the other party had deliberately come to humiliate him. After all, he had already introduced himself to the head chief. Since the other party had come out of the High Heaven Palace, how could they not know who he was? This was clearly asking the obvious. Had the High Heaven Palace become so arrogant? Qing'er, don't be rude. A loud shout came from afar. When the voice fell, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already rushed over. Zhu Qing glared at him and looked away. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you call me Qing'er. Master Mi has come from afar. This palace lord has not greeted you properly. Please forgive me. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing, placing himself on equal footing with Ji Ying. On the way here, he had also learned of the other party's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Pill Emperor Ji Ying. Ji Ying said indifferently, Palace Lord Yang is too courteous. I came uninvited and disturbed your palace. Although he was annoyed that the other party had taken so long to come over, one would not slap a smiling face. He could not fall out with the other party right away. Yang Kai laughed. I have long heard of Master Mi's great name. It is the honor of my High Heaven Palace to have you come. There is no need to disturb us. Li Jiao said sinisterly, Palace Lord Yang, Master Mi came here personally, but you blocked him from speaking outside the sect protecting array. Is this how the High Heaven Palace treats its guests? Your Excellency is? Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Ji Ying said, This is Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Lordly Jiao. So it is Palace Lordly. Then who is the one vomiting blood next to you? Yang Kai looked at Mi Chi. Mi Chi had taken a spirit pill to suppress the surging blood in his heart, but when he heard this, he almost vomited another mouthful of blood. Ji Ying said, This is the High Sky Sect Master, Mi Chi. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Sect Master Mi is also here. Li Jiao snorted coldly and said, Why? Palace Lord Yang doesn't seem to welcome me and brother Mi? Yang Kai touched his chin and thought seriously. He said, Indeed, I don't welcome you. It was simply inexplicable. These two fellows had teamed up, and it was obvious that they were here to find trouble. They actually asked if he was welcome or not. There was simply something wrong with their brains. Li Jiao almost couldn't catch his breath, and his expression was ugly. With his strength and status, even if he and Mi Chi did not like someone, they still had to put on an act. If Yang Kai went to his Fire Dragon Palace, even if they did not welcome him, they had to show that they did. This was shrewdness. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so straightforward? Yang Kai chuckled and said, But since you are already here, please come in. As he spoke, he opened the sect protecting array. She made it look like she was very reluctant. Ji Ying put away the ship and flew into the High Heaven Palace with everyone. "Everyone, please follow me," Yang Kai said and turned to lead the way. After flying for a while, he turned back and shouted, "Qing'er, why aren't you coming in?" Zhu Qing's face was filled with resentment as she stood there, waiting for Kai Yang to apologize to her. In her heart, she had decided that as long as Kai Yang said a few words of apology, she would forgive him for his previous rudeness. But after waiting and waiting, he didn't even spare her a glance. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. Was he really going to leave like this? What about the mission the elders gave him? What about the ancestral dragon's source? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's shout, she quickly turned and ran into the High Heaven Palace, following behind Yang Kai. She pouted and looked at Yang Kai's back. Her lips opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Looking at her mouth, she seemed to be cursing. "Palace Master Yang, this woman is?" Li Jiao asked in a low voice. He didn't know why, but Zhu Qing following behind him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the one following behind him was not a feast for the eyes, but a beast that wanted to swallow him whole. This feeling made his tailbone shiver. "Haha, it's just a mere female servant." "Palace Master Li is too concerned," Yang Kai said casually. "Female servant?" Li Jiao was speechless. "Palace Master Yang, are you trying to humiliate me?" Michi almost choked to death, extremely angry. How could such a powerful cultivation be a female servant? She was strong enough to start a sect outside. If she was a female servant, then he was even worse than a female servant. "Why would I humiliate you? We have no enmity." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If there really was enmity, I wouldn't humiliate you. Wouldn't it be better to just kill you?" Michi didn't know what he meant and quickly closed his mouth. This Yang Kai was clearly not a person to be trifled with. He instinctively felt that accompanying Ji Ying here was a mistake. If things went wrong, his reputation would be ruined here. "Qing, go and serve the guests some tea." Yang Kai turned to Zhu Qing and said. Zhu Qing's face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glared back.
Yes.
Zhu Qing helplessly yielded and turned to fly in another direction. "I'll help you." Hua Qingxi hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 27-28. Inside the High Heaven Palace's guest hall, the host and guests were seated. Ji Ying's expression was somewhat ugly because Yang Kai was sitting at the head of the table, placing him in the second position. This was something that had never happened before. When he walked through the Northern Territory, no matter which sect he went to, he would always be treated as an honored guest. This head of the table was prepared for him, and it was the same in the Fire Dragon Palace a few days ago. Normally, Jing wouldn't care about this. After all, a guest should follow the host's wishes. No matter how noble his status was, he was still just an outsider. The head of the table was nothing more than a seat, nothing worth fussing over. However, he already had a preconceived impression of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, so at this moment, he increasingly felt that Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't consider this. He was the host, so it was natural for him to sit at the head of the table and receive guests. He looked down and chuckled. It's such a coincidence that Master Xiao is here with the two sect masters. Jing quickly said, "This is not a coincidence. This Ji is here thanks to Palace Master Li and Sect Master Mi for escorting me." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Grandmaster Ji is a person of virtue and prestige, and Medicine Pill Valley's reputation is in the Northern Territory. Is there anyone who dares to cause trouble for Grandmaster Ji? I heard that the Northern Territory is very peaceful." Li Jiao coldly snorted and said, "It was indeed very peaceful in the past, but recently, it hasn't been that good." How could Yang Kai not understand the hidden meaning in his words? He was simply saying that the birth and rise of the High Heaven Palace had caused the Northern Territory to become restless. Ignoring him, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Xian behind Ji Ying and said with a smile, "Little brother, we meet again so soon." Li Xian's face paled as he cried out in alarm, What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't act recklessly." Half of it was an act, and the other half was because he was truly frightened. Last time, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and still had some lingering fear. Yang Kai sneered, "Little brother really knows how to joke. It seems that this palace master was not a good host last time, causing little brother to feel resentful. If you have time, little brother can stay as a guest for a while. This palace master will make you feel at home. Li Xian said angrily, only a ghost would want to be your guest. With his master here, his courage had grown by quite a bit. There was no need for him to bow and scrape like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi walked up with tea and served it to everyone. Hua Qingxi was fine. Zhu Qing threw the teacup on the table, splashing tea all over the table. Yang Kai was furious. He slapped the table and said, "What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. Get back here." Zhu Qing was nowhere to be seen. After serving the tea, Zhu Qing immediately left the room. Yang Kai hooted for a while before helplessly saying, "Grandmaster Yi, please don't blame her. This girl's temper is a bit wild. This palace master will definitely teach her a good lesson." Jing said indifferently, "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous. But I wonder why Grandmaster Yi has come to my high heaven palace this time?" Michi slapped the table and stood up, sneering, "Palace Master Yang, why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know what you did a few days ago?" Yang Kai looked at him sideways and said, "I wonder what this palace master has done to make Sect Master Me so agitated. This should be the first time I've met Sect Master Me, and I have nothing to do with your high heaven sect." Michi snorted, "This king and palace master Li have come here today to seek justice for this martial nephew Li. Palace Master Yang, one must know that one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your high heaven palace." Li Jiao also nodded and said, "Brother Mi is right." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "So the two of you are here to make things difficult for my high heaven palace? But I wonder how my high heaven palace has offended the two of you." Michi said, "You didn't offend me or Brother Li, but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the holy land of the Northern Territory. Offending Medicine Pill Valley is equivalent to offending the entire Northern Territory. As a citizen of the Northern Territory, we naturally can't stand by and do nothing." Yang Kai said in surprise, "When did I offend Medicine Pill Valley?" Jiying said with a sullen face, "My good-for-nothing disciple is still injured. Does Palace Master Yang still want to lie through his teeth?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, then glanced at Li Xian's swollen cheek. Only then did he come back to his senses and said, "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiying looked at him expressionlessly. "Palace Master Yang, don't tell me that you didn't injure my disciple." "That's right, I did it." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Jiying flew into a rage and gritted his teeth. "Palace Master Yang is from the Emperor realm. Why are you bullying the weak? Humiliating my disciple? Do you really not put my Medicine Pill Valley in your eyes? Yang Kai, how dare you? Grandmaster Ji, we can't let this matter rest. Otherwise, if word gets out, Medicine Pill Valley will lose face." Li Jiao and Michi both said angrily, as if the one being beaten was not Li Xian but them. They couldn't wait to encourage Ji Ying to teach Yang Kai a lesson. "What else do you have to say?" Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "A child has done something wrong. Can't you teach him a lesson? Did something wrong?" A trace of anger flashed across Ji Ying's face. "My disciple has always been obedient and sensible. I don't know what he did wrong to make Palace Master Yang teach him a lesson." Yang Kai looked at Li Xian with a smile and thought for a moment. "I want to know what he said to Grandmaster Ji." Jing snorted and ordered, "Xianer, tell me in detail what happened that day. Don't be afraid. Master will uphold justice for you." This, Li Xian suddenly hesitated. In the end, what he said in front of Ji Ying was something he had casually made up. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the courage to confront him. However, if he didn't confront him, it would make him seem too guilty and his lies would be exposed. With his honored master's temper, he definitely wouldn't tolerate him then. But if his honored master was willing to believe him, it didn't matter what he said. Thinking so, a vicious light flashed across Li Xian's eyes as he secretly made a decision in his heart. The situation is like this. Although Li Xian was still young, he was quite eloquent. He recounted the day he came to High Heaven Palace to buy medicine under Ji Ying's orders, but was blocked outside the gate by the High Heaven Palace. After waiting for several days, someone finally came to question him, but after learning his purpose, the person actually beat him up. Not only did the person beat him up, but he also stole the source crystals he used to buy the medicine. As he spoke, Li Xian's face paled and his body trembled as if he was recalling what had happened that day. He wiped away his tears from time to time, making those who heard him cry. As he spoke, his words became clearer and clearer, his voice became louder and louder, and his back straightened as if he had really experienced what had happened. Ji Ying's expression became uglier and uglier while Mi Qi and Li Jiao secretly rejoiced. They knew that the worse Li Xian's situation was, the greater the trouble the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai would face. "Look at what you've done." After Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Qi immediately jumped up and pointed at Yang Kai angrily, bullying the weak. Bullying a Dao Source Realm cultivator with the status of the Emperor Realm is one thing, but you actually robbed him. You've lost all face as a cultivator in the Northern Territory. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at Li Xian with a smile. "Are you sure you have nothing to add?" Li Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly hid behind Ji Ying. "Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple?" Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. "It's not a threat. I'm just asking." "So, you admit it?" Yang Kai frowned and stared at Ji Ying. "Grandmaster Ji, do you believe what your disciple says?" Ji Ying snorted. "This disciple of mine has been in my sect for 10 years, and I watched him grow up. I know his nature very well. He is not someone who makes things up." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "If you say so, it seems that it's useless for me to say anything." Ji Ying snorted. "Do you have a different opinion?" No. I just feel that Grandmaster Ji's eye for choosing disciples is not very good." Ji Ying narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, I can listen. But if not, there is no need for this High Heaven Palace to exist. You will also have to return to Medicine Pill Valley with me and ask for punishment." Only the direct disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors had the qualifications to decide the fate of a top sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "What crime have I committed?" Ji Ying said, "Not putting my honored master, the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and looking down on all the alchemists in the world is the greatest crime." Yang Kai said sternly, "If the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were as rotten as you and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master would indeed not put him in his eyes. What is Medicine Pill Valley? Bullshit Northern Territory's holy land." Ji Ying's face changed drastically. "Impudent." Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully and said, "What? I'm impudent? Bite me if you have the ability." "You." Ji Ying pointed his finger at Yang Kai, wishing he could bite him. But even though he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still just an alchemist. He had very little experience in fighting with others, so how could he really take the risk? Glancing to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood and pushed their Emperor Qi together, preparing to pounce. 3 sensational demonic Qi suddenly burst out as 3 figures shot in from outside the hall and stood in front of Mi Tian and Li Jiao. "You want to fight? I dare you to." Shilei clenched his fists tightly as he stared ahead gloomily. Mi Tian and Li Jiao were shocked and instantly froze in place, their spirits high. Although they knew that there were monster race masters in the High Heaven Palace and that the destruction of Seeking Passion sect was due to the monster race's intervention, they never expected that it would be 3 monster kings. 2 against 3, they had no chance of winning, not to mention that there was still a woman named Qing'er in the High Heaven Palace. That woman had sent Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so she was probably stronger than these 3 monster kings. Dragon's Pool, Tiger's Den. Where did so many masters come from in the High Heaven Palace? With such a background, it wasn't much worse than the sects of the Great Emperors, except that they were missing one Great Emperor. Jing also felt cold all over. How many years had it been since he had encountered such danger? The rolling demonic qi almost made it difficult for him to breathe, but as a disciple of the Great Emperors, he had a good temperament and cultivation, so although his expression was solemn, he didn't panic. Chapter 27-29. What do you want to do? Jing looked at Yang Kai with a sullen face. Yang Kai said, "Nothing. It's just that Master Ji is willing to believe what his disciple said." This palace master feels that it's useless no matter how he tries to explain himself. I'm too lazy to argue with him and just want to show you something. What is it? Jing frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Yang Kai clapped his hands and looked outside the hall, saying, "Come in." They all looked outside the hall and saw a person walking in from outside. Standing in the middle of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Palace Master." And Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You, Grandmaster Nan Min, why are you here?" Michi and Li Jiao both widened their eyes and looked at the Southgate army who walked in. They couldn't believe their eyes. As the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory, the two of them naturally had dealings with the Southgate army. They knew that this person had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Arrays and was somewhat arrogant. In the past, the two of them had tried many times to win over the Southgate army, wanting him to join their sects. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Seeing the Southgate army appear here and being so respectful to Yang Kai, Michi and Li Jiao both had a surreal feeling. Was this still the Southgate army? There was actually a time when they lowered their heads to others. "I'm now the chief array master of the High Heaven Palace. Why can't I be here?" The Southgate army glanced at the two of them. "Chief array master, Grandmaster Nan Min, you sigh." Hearing this, Li Jiao and Michi were shocked and disappointed. They had tried to win over the Southgate army countless times, but they were rejected by him. The High Heaven Palace had only been established for a short period of time, but he was already subdued. What method did this guy called Yang Kai use? Yang Kai pursed his lips and said, "Grandmaster Nan Min, take that thing out?" "Yes." The Southgate army responded and suddenly took out a few array flags from his space ring and arranged them around him. Not long after, an array formation had been set up, but it left everyone confused. They didn't understand what he was trying to show them by setting up the array formation at this time. The Southern Gate army took out something from their space ring, something that looked like a mirror. The strange thing was that there was no reflection in the mirror, which made one's scalp tingle. Holding the mirror-like object high up, Southgate Dajuan said, "I obtained this in my early years. It's called the image mirror, and it can record some images. I don't know how it was formed. I've asked several master refiners to take a look, but no one knows what material it is. Usually, it's not very useful, so I'll have to show it to you today." Image mirror. Record the video. When everyone heard this, they vaguely understood the intentions of the Southgate army. Li Xian's countenance even turned pale as he stared blankly at the photographic mirror, and he seemed to have never imagined that such a miraculous thing actually existed in the world. Jing frowned and looked back at Li Xian thoughtfully. Li Xian couldn't help but avert his gaze. This made Ji Ying's expression turn even uglier. The Southern Gate army stretched out his hand and tossed the photographic mirror into the air. He then waved the array flag in his hand and pushed his Emperor Qi. In an instant, the center of the hall was filled with a dense fog, and a ray of light suddenly shot out from the photographic mirror. A relatively clear image suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized that the scene in the image was the entrance to High Heaven Palace, because the plaque engraved with the 3 words High Heaven Sect was right in the center of the image, allowing everyone to see it clearly. At this moment, there were 4 figures in the image. One of them was Li Xian, and besides him, there were 3 women. 2 of them were the 2 women who had left earlier, and the one called Qing'er was among them. No sound came out. This photographic mirror seemed to only be able to record images. As the Southern Gate army pushed his Emperor Qi, the image continued to change, as if it was reliving the past, vivid and lifelike. Under everyone's gaze, Li Xian leaned over to Zhu Qing and said something with a cheeky smile. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold face. Several times, Li Xian actually tried to make a move on Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing looked angry, but all she could do was dodge. After a while, seeing Li Xian's actions becoming more and more presumptuous, Zhu Qing slapped Li Xian and sent him flying. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after asking a few questions, he slapped Li Xian hard, sending his teeth flying. The image changed again, replaying what happened that day in front of the mountain gate one by one. It was not until Li Xian left that the image suddenly froze. The Southern Gate army put away the array flag and the photographic mirror, cupped their fists to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian strangely, their expressions both angry and amused. They had already experienced Zhu Qing's strength. She was a powerful existence that even they were no match for. Yet this Li Xian actually dared to make a move on her. Being slapped was already a stroke of luck. If not for the protective cloak of a Medicine Core Valley disciple, he would have died on the spot. What was even more hateful was that this guy actually slandered Yang Kai, saying that not only had he slapped him, but he had also stolen his source crystals, causing the two of them to follow in confusion. Now, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ji Ying's eyes spat fire as he turned around and glared at Li Xian, his face filled with disappointment and pain. Master, I was wrong. This disciple was truly wrong. Please punish me. Li Xian knelt down with a thud. With the image recorded by the photographic mirror, he knew that no matter how he defended himself, it would be useless. He could only quickly admit his mistake and hope that his master would not expel him out of the sect on account of their relationship as master and disciple. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ji Ying's heart ached, and he angrily raised his hand to slap Li Xian. In the past, Li Xian had always been extremely obedient and sensible in front of him, so he really did not expect his disciple to act like this. He was thoroughly disappointed. Master! Li Xian was horrified and immediately knelt on the ground, covering his head with both hands. However, that slap didn't land even after a long time. After a long time, Ji Ying let out a long sigh, put down his hand, and calmly said, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and stared at Ji Ying in shock. From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Core Valley. If you dare act in the name of Medicine Core Valley again, I will not let you off, Ji Ying said with a flick of his sleeve. Master! Li Xian panicked, knowing that Ji Ying was really going to expel him. As a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, he had many advantages and a bright future ahead of him, so how could he bear to leave? If he really became a disciple of Medicine Core Valley, there would be no place for him in the vast northern territory. Say one more word and I will take your life. Ji Ying did not look at him, his expression resolute. He was determined to expel him from Medicine Core Valley. He hated himself for not being able to see through such a petty person who could distort black and white. If he continued to stay in Medicine Pill Valley, who knew when he would ruin the Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and implicate his honored master's reputation? Even if he died 10,000 times, he would not be able to redeem himself. Li Xian wanted to plead for leniency, but after hearing this, how could he dare to say anything? The big brother next to him gave him a meaningful glance, and Li Xian stood up with tears in his eyes and rushed out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a time. Only the sound of Yang Kai sipping his tea could be heard. After a while, Ji Ying recovered and smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that Palace Master Yang is right. My eye for choosing a disciple is not very good. Yang Kai said lightly, if not for Grandmaster Nan Min's photographic mirror, this palace master would not have been able to defend himself. If he really had to confront Li Xian face to face, he would only be able to make up his own story without any evidence. At that time, Ji Ying would definitely believe Li Xian rather than him. If his reputation of despising Medicine Core Valley and robbing Medicine Core Valley's disciples was confirmed, how could High Heaven Palace maintain a foothold in the Northern Territory? Knowing that Yang Kai was angry, Ji Ying cupped his fists and said, today's matter was this Ji's fault for believing the words of a petty person. This Ji hopes Palace Master Yang will not blame this Ji. This Ji apologizes to Palace Master Yang. Saying so, he stood up and bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained seated and said lightly, Grandmaster Ji is too polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it is no big deal. Ji Ying said, Palace Master Yang is magnanimous. This Ji is ashamed. After a pause, he continued, however, there is one thing this Ji must say. Yang Kai looked at him and said, please speak. This Ji is the one who came here today, so I will take Palace Master Yang's previous words as mere words of anger, but if Palace Master Yang encounters my senior brothers in the future, please don't say such things again, Ji Hao said calmly. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned. Words that despise my Medicine Core Valley, Ji Ying said seriously. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had said Medicine Core Valley was nothing but a fart. Smiling, he said, "I'll remember that." At that time, he had indeed said those words in a fit of anger. Jiying said seriously, "Although we alchemists do not deliberately pursue the martial Tao, what we cultivate is still one of the world's great Das. Since ancient times, only my master has ever stepped into the Tao of alchemy and ascended to the position of great emperors. My master created Medicine Core Valley not only as a holy land in the hearts of all cultivators in the Northern Territory, but also as a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. If Palace Master Yang's words were spread by someone with ill intentions, it may offend all alchemists. In the future, how will High Heaven Palace ask someone to refine pills for them?" Michi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up when they heard this, secretly considering whether or not they should spread Yang Kai's previous words and make him an enemy of all alchemists in the world. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There is no need to ask anyone for help. This palace master can do it himself." Jiying was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Palace Master Yang is also an alchemist? Even Michi and Li Jiao's eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if they had heard some sensational words. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know a little." Jiying couldn't help but become interested. "May I ask what rank Palace Master Yang is and what kind of pills he can refine?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "What rank is an Emperor-grade spirit pill that can be refined?" "What?" Jiying was shocked. Being able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, wasn't that an Emperor-grade alchemist? Looking at the entire star boundary, how many Emperor-grade alchemists were there? Although their brother and junior brothers had already reached this level, that was because the wondrous pill great emperors had extremely high requirements for accepting disciples. Moreover, after so many years of personal guidance, if they still didn't have any achievements, wouldn't that mean the wondrous pill great emperors had poor eyesight? They were them, others were others. In the entire star boundary, apart from them, there were no more than 10 emperor-grade alchemists. Chapter 27:30. Suddenly hearing Yang Kai say he could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, Ji Ying was taken aback. Soon, his expression sank again, and he said with some displeasure, "Palace Master Yang must be joking. How could emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an emperor-grade alchemist could refine them. If anyone could become an emperor-grade alchemist, then emperor-grade alchemists wouldn't have such a high status in the star boundary." Looking at Yang Kai's young age, being able to raise his cultivation to the emperor realm was already a sign of his talent. So where would he find the time to learn alchemy? Therefore, Jiying concluded that Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense. This was simply a humiliation to all alchemists in the world, an insult to the Tao of alchemy. Sure enough, this person didn't put alchemists in his eyes. Although that traitorous disciple Li Xian had turned black and white upside down, this point was not wrong. Jiying was annoyed and wished he could just flick his sleeves and leave. But because he had misunderstood Yang Kai just now, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, his expression had clearly darkened. "Grandmaster Ji, you don't believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Jiying. Jiying snorted. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. He was an emperor-grade alchemist. There was no need to prove anything to others. But after thinking about it, he suddenly raised his brow and said, "Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet?" "Bet?" Jiying frowned. "Bet on what?" "Bet on whether this palace master is an emperor-grade alchemist or not." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying's frown deepened. Yang Kai's confident appearance made him doubt whether this guy was really an emperor-grade alchemist. If so, then it would be incredible. Anyone who could become an emperor-grade alchemist was enough for him to take seriously. This piqued his curiosity, and he wanted to verify the facts. "What are the stakes?" "Let me think." Yang Kai pretended to scratch his head, looked around, then suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Got it. When my High Heaven Palace was first established, there were many things waiting to be done. Now that I have a chief array master, I just happen to lack a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Feng loses, how about you become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace?" When Michi and Li Jiao heard this, both of them were greatly alarmed and tried to dissuade him. "Master Ji, don't believe him. You can't gamble with him." The High Heaven Palace was already hard enough to deal with. If Jiying became the chief alchemist and became related to the Medicine Pill Valley, then in the future, no one in the Northern Territory would be able to do anything to the High Heaven Palace. The High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only rely on the High Heaven Palace to survive. Michi and Li Jiao were not willing to see such a situation. Shilei glared at them. Shut up. Although Michi and Li Jiao were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything else. Jiying was stunned. He laughed and said, "So this is what Palace Master Yang wants." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Does Grandmaster Feng dare to gamble?" Jiying said, "This Ji's wager is to become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. May I ask what Palace Master Yang's wager is?" Yang Kai said straightforwardly, "If I'm not an alchemist emperor, Grandmaster Feng can do whatever you want. This palace master has no complaints." Jiying's expression froze. When Yang Kai said this, he realized that the other party wasn't spouting nonsense and really had something to rely on. This reliance was undoubtedly his identity as an alchemist emperor. He really was an alchemist emperor? Jiying was somewhat convinced in his heart, but he couldn't help but be shocked. At such an age, not to mention that his cultivation had reached the emperor realm, how could he still have time to cultivate alchemy? He was an alchemist emperor himself. Knowing the thorns and hardships of this path, he naturally understood how rare an alchemist emperor was. After thinking seriously for a moment, Jiying said, No, Palace Master Yang's wager is not appropriate. You are taking advantage of this, Ji." Only Yang Kai himself knew whether he was an alchemist emperor or not. If he really made such a wager with him, he would be too stupid. There was no benefit if he won, but if he lost, he would be enmeshed in a cocoon of his own making. Jiying wasn't stupid to such an extent. Does Grandmaster Feng not dare? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying shook his head and said, "Don't try to provoke me. This Ji won't fall for it." The more Yang Kai said this, the more Jiying felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yang Kai was setting a trap for him. Once he lost the bet, he would become the chief alchemist of Towering Heaven Palace. Alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking to him. However, he was the direct disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. How could he become an alchemist of another sect? What's more, refining pills in such a large sect would exhaust him to death. Yang Kai scratched his chin and said, "Is that so? Then let's change the wager?" Jiying frowned and said, "What does Palace Master Yang want to do now?" He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Yang Kai said, "The wager remains the same. I will compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy, refining the same kind of pill. Let's see who can refine more spirit pills of higher quality." Jiying was taken aback and said with wide eyes, You want to compete with me in alchemy?" Did he hear wrongly? As the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, someone actually wanted to compete with him in alchemy? Michi and Li Jiao also had strange expressions on their faces as they seriously sized up Yang Kai, wanting to see if this guy was crazy. Of all the things to compete with, he actually wanted to compete with Jiying in this. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? That's right, let's compete in alchemy. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said provocatively, "Could it be that Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare?" Jiying's face sank as he said, "Palace Master Yang, this Ji's traitorous disciple inverted right and wrong. So this Ji has no qualms about disciplining him. This Ji also apologizes to you. Since Palace Master Yang was able to establish a sect, could it be that you are also a narrow-minded person? Do you want to humiliate this Ji again and again?" If Yang Kai's previous proposal to compete with him as an alchemist emperor was reasonable, then this proposal to compete with him in alchemy was simply too stupid. Jiying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, "That's not the case. I really want to compete with Grandmaster Feng in alchemy and sincerely hope that Grandmaster Feng can become the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace." Hearing this, Jiying was furious. "You think you can win against me?" His original displeasure turned into anger. To him, Yang Kai's words were no longer deliberately looking for trouble, but a complete humiliation. Why? Why did he think he could become the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace? All of this had to be built on the basis that he won. He had been learning alchemy from his honored master for so many years, and everything he had learned was taught by his honored master. Humiliating him was equivalent to humiliating his honored master. How could Jiying tolerate this? Originally, he felt a little guilty towards Yang Kai because of Li Xian's matter, but at this moment, that guilt had disappeared and was replaced by anger. Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a step forward, smiling faintly as he asked, "Do you dare, Grandmaster Feng?" Jiying's eyes spat fire, and he was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said, "If Grandmaster Feng doesn't dare, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said anything." "Why wouldn't I dare?" Jiying slammed the table and stood up. How could he endure being provoked like this? If Yang Kai had said that he was inferior to him in a life-and-death battle, Jiying would have endured it. After all, he didn't like to fight others. But now that this involved alchemy, whether Jiying was willing or not, he had to accept this bet. He had to prove himself, Medicine Core Valley, and the wondrous pill Great Emperor's reputation. He had to make anyone who looked down on him pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped. But the bet must be changed. Jiying coldly snorted. How so? Yang Kai raised his brow. Jiying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, I will take Palace Master Yang's head. Since you dared to bet with me on alchemy, I'll play a big game with you. Let's see if you're afraid. This was a matter of life and death. No one could remain indifferent. Jiying thought that after he changed the bet, Yang Kai would definitely panic. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would only ponder for a moment before nodding, "All right, we'll do as Grandmaster Ji says." "You." Jiying was stunned, the anger in his heart growing stronger. How many years had it been since he was this angry? In fact, he didn't really want to kill Yang Kai. He just wanted to scare Yang Kai away. Who would have thought this person would accept his bet without batting an eyelid? Did he really have the confidence to win? How was that possible? Even if they were both alchemy emperors, there was still a gap between their alchemy skills. In this world, the only alchemy emperors who could surpass him in alchemy were his several brothers. Despicable. Jiying had never felt that there was anyone more despicable than Yang Kai. Even if he dared to look down on him, he should have a bottom line. With a furious expression, Jiying said, "Palace Master Yang, do you want to change the bet? You can take this Ji's life if you want." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "I only want Grandmaster Ji to become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Why would I want your life?" "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Jiying flicked his sleeves angrily. "Since the bet has been set, let's discuss what kind of pill to refine." Yang Kai looked at Jiying and said, "Palace Master Yang can decide. This Ji doesn't care." Jiying's words were filled with strong confidence, as if he wouldn't care no matter what kind of pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. However, he did have the qualifications to do so. After so many years of alchemy, what kind of pill had he not refined? The only thing he had yet to refine was the dragon blood pill, because he had never obtained the dragon blood flower. Then, Emperor Essence pill it is. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and quickly gave an answer. Jiying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, "Palace Master Yang, are you sure you want to refine the Emperor Essence pill?" Although the Emperor Essence pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the most demanding alchemy techniques. Why not change it to a Dao Source-grade spirit pill? This guy is really an Emperor-grade alchemist. As soon as Yang Kai proposed to refine the Emperor Essence pill, Jiying confirmed this point. Although the Emperor Essence pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor-grade alchemist could refine it. Moreover, it required a lot of alchemy techniques. Just like how the simpler a dish was, the more it tested one's culinary skills, the same principle applied in alchemy. An ordinary Emperor-grade alchemist might only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Essence pills from the same set of ingredients, but in Jiying's hands, he could definitely refine 9 pills. Chapter 2731. 9 was an extreme number, so a furnace of spirit pills could only produce 9 pills at most. Proposing a Dao Source-grade spirit pill was not because Jiying had no chance of winning, but because he did not want to win in an unfair manner. He had been an alchemist emperor for many years and had refined countless Yuan Emperor pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an alchemist emperor, it was impossible for him to have such rich experience. If he chose to refine an Yuan Emperor pill, he would be taking a huge advantage. But if it was a Tao source-grade spirit pill, although he would still be at an advantage, at least their starting points would not be too different. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need. Many thanks for Grandmaster Ying's kindness. I will refine the Yuan Emperor pill." He naturally understood why Ji Ying made such a proposal, and his impression of him improved slightly. Not everyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace. Even if Ji Ying was a legacy disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors, if his character was not up to par, Yang Kai would not have any ideas about him. Previously, when Li Xin was involved, Ji Ying had readily bowed his head and apologized, even expelling Li Xin from Medicine Pill Valley in front of Yang Kai. This made Yang Kai feel that Ji Ying had a good heart and a kind heart, and now, it seemed he was right. Looking at it from another perspective, Ji Ying was a disciple of the wondrous pill Great Emperors and a member of Medicine Pill Valley. Even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai could not do anything to him, unless he really risked defending Medicine Pill Valley. Although Ji Ying had a noble background, he did not have the hypocritical arrogance of most alchemists. Coupled with his status as an alchemist emperor, if he could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai would not have to worry about the sect's spirit pills in the future. It could even be said that Ji Ying could train a group of alchemists for High Heaven sect. The development of a sect could not be done by one person alone. Only by taking care of all aspects could one move forward. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this will naturally not be a problem. Then I naturally have no problem with that, Ji Ying said in a deep voice. He felt as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. As he spoke, he took out a pile of medicinal herbs and divided them into 2 portions. Turning to Yang Kai, he said, "These 2 sets of herbs are all used to refine the Supreme Emperor pill. Regardless of quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I trust Master Feng's character." "Then choose one," Ji Ying said. Yang Kai casually chose one. Ji Ying's reputation and status were there. Even if he wanted to defeat Yang Kai, he would have to defeat him fair and square with his alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to use any underhanded tricks. Seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, this Ji couldn't help but feel a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin." Since Palace Master Yang was a pill emperor, he should have his own pill furnace, right? "Do you need me to lend you one?" "No need." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Since they wanted to compete as alchemists, they naturally had to do it in public. It was impossible for them to hide it. He didn't even move. Instead, he took a stance in the middle of the hall. Ji Ying casually tossed out a pill furnace. A 3-legged pill furnace flew out and landed firmly on the ground. As soon as this pill furnace appeared, a peculiar fragrance filled the hall. It smelled like orchids and musk, causing one's spirit to soar. The pill furnace was simple and unadorned, obviously quite old. The 2 dragon heads on both ends were raised high, giving off a lifelike feeling. They seemed to be the key to adjusting the size of the furnace's flames. The interior of the furnace was filled with dense runes and patterns, causing one to feel a little dizzy just by looking at them. An emperor's intent filled the air. A good furnace. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he praised. As fellow alchemists, it was natural to have a special fondness for good pill furnaces. As soon as Ji Ying took out this pill furnace, Yang Kai knew it was not an ordinary object. Moreover, from the fragrance that filled the air, Yang Kai deduced that Ji Ying had definitely refined countless pills with this pill furnace. He should have reached a kind of unity with this pill furnace. Ji Ying proudly declared, "This is the worst pill furnace this Ji has." Taking out the worst pill furnace. He didn't want to take advantage of Yang Kai and was confident in his own strength. Yang Kai nodded lightly, raised his hand, and tossed out his own pill furnace. This pill furnace glowed with a purple light and was filled with emperor's intent the moment it appeared. It was clearly an emperor-grade pill furnace on the same level as Ji Ying's pill furnace. Ji Ying couldn't help but be startled, not having expected Yang Kai to have such a strong foundation. However, on second thought, if Yang Kai was really an emperor-grade alchemist, it was normal for him to have an emperor-grade pill furnace. The only thing that puzzled Ji Ying was that this pill furnace looked a little familiar. Ji Ying was sure he had never seen this pill furnace before. If he had, he would have definitely recognized it. With the duel imminent, Jing didn't have the time to think too much and quickly immersed himself in refining. Even if his opponent was a young man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he didn't take him lightly. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Showing his true ability and defeating him in all aspects was a sign of respect for alchemy and a response to his honored master's many years of teaching. Shall we begin? Ji Ying's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. Sect Master Me and Palace Master Li, would you like to place a bet as well? We can place a bet too? Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other in surprise. Since you're already here, are you two willing to return empty-handed? Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. Good. Mi Qi shouted in a low voice. We'll place a bet, but I wonder how big Palace Master Yang will be willing to bet. I'll accept as much as I can. Even gambling with the sect's foundation is fine, Yang Kai said casually. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's expressions changed when they heard this. They were frightened by Yang Kai's words. Gambling with their sect's foundation was simply too much. Although Mi Qi and Li Jiao wanted to add insult to injury by cutting off a few pieces of Yang Kai's flesh, they didn't even dare to think about gambling with their sect's foundation. Even if they had full confidence in Jiying, they didn't dare to make such a big bet. You two don't dare? Yang Kai looked at them contemptuously. It's not that we don't dare, it's just that there's no need. We have no enmity with each other, so why make such a big bet? Mi Qi said stubbornly. Yes, just play casually. Since that's the case, what do you two think you should place to accept? Yang Kai asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and just stood to the side, smiling at Jiying and saying, Today's weather is good. Jiying frowned, thinking, Isn't this nonsense? The sky outside is clear. Even a fool can see it. But why is he telling me this? Is he trying to interfere with my state of mind? How insidious. He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai and look down. Palace Master Yang, I've discussed it with Brother Li, Mi Qi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Mi Qi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of income from our respective sects. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept. Even Ji Ying's expression changed slightly when he heard this bet. Although 10 years of income from their respective sects sounded simple, if converted into source crystals, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Top sects like the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace had countless properties and their own source crystal loads, so their annual income was at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that was 500 million high-rank source crystals. The two great sects would be worth 1 billion. This number was simply terrifying. It seemed that Mi Qi and Li Jiao were determined to get some benefits from the High Heaven Palace. Jiying turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what expression he had now. His expression should not be good, right? At first glance, Jiying was startled. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain and sneered, Both of you are famous figures in the Northern Territory. How can you be so stingy? Stingy? Mi Qi's face sank. You dare say we are stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes. Palace Master Yang, are you deliberately mystifying us? Are you afraid to accept this bet? He thought he had seen through Yang Kai's thoughts and spoke in a strange tone. 50 years. Yang Kai declared and raised his hand. I will bet 50 years of income from each sect. Hiss. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both gasped. Ji Ying's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai like he was crazy. You? Mi Qi's mouth was a little stuttered, showing how much his mood was fluctuating. Do you know how much the High Sky Sect's income is in 50 years? You dare to boast like this? Yang Kai calmly said, I'll give you 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 500 million in 10 years, and 2.5 billion in 50 years. Two sects will only earn you 5 billion. But 5 billion? Li Jiao almost choked to death by Yang Kai's big words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai if he knew what 5 billion high-rank source crystals was. Yang Kai sneered and looked at them disdainfully. What's wrong? You two don't dare to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was nothing, but the second sentence was serious. If they really retreated, wouldn't it be like Yang Kai said, They had no confidence in Jiying. This matter could be big or small, and could even offend Jiying. How insidious and cunning. Li Jiao and Mi Qi gnashed their teeth in hatred. Now that things had come to this, they naturally could not back down. So Li Jiao coldly snorted, "Brother Mi Qi and I naturally have no problem. 50 years it is. I just don't know if Palace Master Yang can take out that much money." Indeed. Mi Qi nodded in agreement. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is not a small number. If Palace Master Yang reneges on his debt at that time, what can Brother Li and I do to you? What a joke. Yang Kai pointed to his nose and said, "Do I look like the kind of person who goes back on his word?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at him seriously, the latter saying, "We're not familiar with each other. Who knows what kind of person you are?" Good, good, good. Yang Kai's exasperated look made Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel that he was deliberately mystifying things. Mi Qi laughed. "If Palace Master Yang can take out the corresponding bet, Brother Li and I will bet. What harm is there in that? You said it yourself. Don't regret it." Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Take it." Li Jiao seemed to see through Yang Kai's expression and urged. "I'll take it." Yang Kai shouted. "Take it. Take it." Yang Kai flipped his hand and a space ring appeared on his palm, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2732. Did he really take it out? Mi Qi and Li Jiao glanced at each other, slightly shocked, but more than that, they didn't trust Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, occupied its foundation, and obtained the wealth accumulated by the Seeking Passion sect over the years, they didn't believe that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in his ring. The Seeking Passion sect was almost the same as the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect. Although its annual income was astonishing, its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Most of its income was consumed every year, leaving only a small part to be accumulated. Even the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace only had 1 billion high-rank source crystals in their reserves, so the Seeking Passion sect should have the same amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai obtained the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect, he would only have 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the source crystals he obtained from the Seeking Passion sect, the total would be 2 billion to 3 billion. So how could he possibly have 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I must inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, we must inspect it. Yang Kai nodded. But I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to inspect it. You too trust Grandmaster Ji, right? Naturally, Mi Qi nodded quickly. Li Jiao naturally had no objection. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed the ring to Jiying. Jiying caught the ring and casually swept it with his divine sense. The next moment, his eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face as he exclaimed, This. He was an alchemy master and did not lack wealth. In the entire Northern Territory, there were countless people who wanted him to perform alchemy for them, and every time he performed alchemy, he would receive a large amount of income. Not to mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even 10 billion was not enough to shock Jiying so much. But at this moment, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something extremely incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked, wondering what good things were inside this ring that made Grandmaster Ji lose his composure like this. Although they were curious, they were too embarrassed to take a look. They didn't think that Yang Kai let them take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiying to check the ring. Where did you get so many? Jiying turned her head and looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai chuckled, took the space ring from Jiying's hand, shook his head, and said, I can't say. Jiying gulped and reluctantly watched as Yang Kai put away the ring. However, she knew that this should be Yang Kai's secret and was too embarrassed to ask further. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you lose this competition of alchemy, then you'll have to face the consequences. I don't want your head anymore. How about you give me half of those things? He didn't intend to take Yang Kai's life, he just wanted to scare him. Now that he saw something better, he naturally changed the bet. Inside the ring was none other than the 1,000,000 inner cores that Yang Kai had brought out from the savage ancient land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Jiying. But these million inner cores were different. There were so many inner cores piled up together. What's more, there was no lack of 12th order inner cores. Forget Jiying. Even the 10 great emperors had never seen one before. What's more, a monster core had endless uses. When alchemists were refining pills, they often needed to use a monster beast's monster core. A good quality monster core was equivalent to a perfect catalyst for refining pills. It could be used to refine a furnace of excellent pills. To Jiying, inner cores were much more attractive than source crystals. It was no wonder he was so surprised. Does Grandmaster Ji want them? Yang Kai looked at him with a grin. Jiying blushed and coughed dryly. Which alchemist wouldn't want such a good thing? If you want them, I can give them all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Really? Jiying was surprised, but he quickly reacted and calmly asked, You wouldn't want this Ji to perform alchemy for your high heaven palace, right? Yang Kai laughed and said, Grandmaster Ji's eyes are sharp. Jiying snorted and said, Palace Master Yang's idea is good, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree. Yang Kai had already expected this and was naturally not disappointed, nodding and saying, In that case, if Grandmaster Ji agrees, I will give you half of these things. Good, good, good. You said it yourself. I hope Palace Master Yang will keep his word. Jiying was overjoyed. In his opinion, this was simply Yang Kai giving him an inner core. He never thought that he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy. Grandmaster Ji, can the things in that ring be worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Michi listened for a long time, but still did not know the value of the things in the ring and could not help asking. 5 billion? Jiying glanced at them disdainfully and said indifferently, The things in that ring are enough to buy your 2 sects. What? Michi and Li Jiao both turned pale with fright. Enough to buy 2 sects? What kind of treasures were in that ring to make Grandmaster Ji so certain? They became more and more curious and wished they could knock Yang Kai unconscious right now and snatch the ring to see what was inside. This palace master's bet has been determined. Do the 2 of you still want to bet? Yang Kai turned to look at Michi and Li Jiao. Michi frowned and said with a firm expression, Of course, why not? How can we not want free benefits? That's right, Li Jiao also said seriously, This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Jiying frowned and said, If you want to bet, it's your own business. The outcome has nothing to do with me. Alchemy was not used for gambling. The reason he agreed to bet with Yang Kai was mainly because he was angered by Yang Kai. So he naturally did not want Li Jiao and Michi to be tied to his victory or defeat, making it seem like the outcome was his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right. Li Jiao quickly corrected himself. This is just a bet between Brother Michi and I and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Jiying turned to look at him and said, You go first. Yang Kai quickly said, Is it really okay for Grandmaster Ji to look down on your opponent like this? Although he said that, his hands were not idle. He stretched out his hands and stroked his hair, assuming a posture of working hard. With a flick of his fingers, the lid of the purple origin cauldron immediately flew out, and a long-prepared spirit herb flew into the cauldron. With a whoosh, a flame seemed to burn and the temperature in the air suddenly rose, but strangely, there was no trace of Yang Kai circulating his Emperor Qi. Conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying's expression changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. He did not expect Yang Kai to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. This alone was enough for him to take this seriously. Conflagrated knowledge C was a type of variant knowledge C. Those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C had a unique advantage in alchemy and artifact refining because in the process of alchemy, one's divine sense played a very important role. Whether it was controlling the flame or grasping the timing of the spirit flower insertion, one's divine sense was required. And those who possessed conflagrated knowledge C could directly adjust the intensity of the flame and grasp the timing of the spirit flower insertion to the peak. Even when inscribing spirit arrays, one did not need a carrier and could simply carve them in the air. This was something no other alchemist could compare with. So that's how it is. No wonder you were so confident. You actually have a conflagrated knowledge C. Jiying suddenly understood what Yang Kai was relying on. His expression suddenly became solemn and he no longer hesitated. Flipping his hands, he circulated his emperor chi, and a small flame immediately rose from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Ji Ying threw the same spirit flower into the pill furnace. With a sizzling sound, Ji Ying's hands formed a series of seals as he began carving a spirit array inside the pill furnace to assist in condensing the medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Ji Ying's strength surged as the two alchemy furnaces exuded scorching heat. Michi and Li Jiao wanted to come up and see what was going on, but they were stopped by the three Monster King, who glared at them covetously. When an alchemist was performing alchemy, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed, so the three Monster King were naturally extremely vigilant against these two, lest they use any means to disturb Yang Kai. This made Michi and Li Jiao furious, but there was nothing they could do. Can Palace Master win? Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing stood side by side not far away, watching silently. Yang Kai was actually competing with Ji Ying in alchemy, which made Hua Qingxi feel very unconfident. So she quietly asked Zhu Qing, "I don't understand alchemy." Zhu Qing responded lightly. Hua Qingxi also agreed. Although she had seen alchemists perform alchemy before, she knew nothing about alchemy, so she could not see who had the upper hand in the situation. But look at his demeanor. He seems to be very confident, Zhu Qing added. Hearing this, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai carefully and found that, as Zhu Qing said, Yang Kai's expression was full of confidence and high fighting spirit. If he had no hope of winning, he would never have such an expression. This discovery made Hua Qingxi feel relieved and secretly cheer for Yang Kai. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of fire crackling could be heard as the hands of the two competing in alchemy constantly moved, changing hand seals one after another. Exquisite and small spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace one after another. Spirit herbs were tossed into the furnace, condensing into a medicinal liquid and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Ji Ying had been quietly paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. Although Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge and could not be underestimated, Ji Ying still felt that it was impossible for him to defeat her. However, after some observation, Ji Ying was able to confirm one thing. This Yang Kai really was an Emperor Realm alchemist, and his foundation was extremely solid. This was because his movements when condensing the medicinal liquid were meticulous, without the slightest mistake, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was extremely pure. If he was not an alchemy emperor, it would be impossible to achieve this. Ji Ying secretly rejoiced that another alchemy emperor had appeared in this world. If she told this news to her honored master would be very happy. The alchemy Dao had a long history and was much more difficult to advance than the martial Dao, which also led to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Others only saw the limitless glory of alchemists, but how could they discover the bitterness behind it? Medicine Pill Valley was dedicated to promoting the alchemy Dao, and several disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors also took this as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there would be more alchemists in the world. Only with more alchemists could the Star Boundary Cultivator keep up with the demand of pills and increase their cultivation rapidly. Chapter 27:33. As he watched, Ji Ying was slightly startled because he was shocked to find that the purity of the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was not inferior to his own. What shocked him even more was that the timing and order of Yang Kai's addition of the spirit herbs was exactly the same as his. There was not only one pill formula for a spirit pill. Every alchemist had a different understanding of the Tao of alchemy, and their personal preferences and abilities were different. This also led to some subtle differences in the process of refining a spirit pill, such as the order and timing of the addition of the spirit herbs. Some alchemists felt that it was better to add one type of spirit herb first, while others felt that it was better to add another type of spirit herb first. This also led to a situation where there were many different pill formulas for a spirit pill. Perhaps even the medicinal herbs needed were not the same. A pill formula did not only include the ingredients needed for refining a spirit pill. A complete pill formula not only included the medicinal herbs, but also the refining process. It could be said that a pill formula was equivalent to a complete alchemy manual. This was why pill formulas were precious and were the crystallization of the alchemist's hard work. Now, Ji Ying was surprised to find that Yang Kai's method and process of refining this Spirit Emperor pill were shockingly similar to his. It could be said that they were carved from the same template. In other words, the Spirit Emperor pill formula that Yang Kai had mastered was the same as the one he knew. How was this possible? The Spirit Emperor pill was a spirit pill used in the Emperor realm to restore one's Emperor Qi. It was also the most common Spirit Emperor pill. According to Ji Ying's knowledge, there were 8 or 10 pill formulas for this Spirit Emperor pill. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The best Spirit Emperor pill formula was naturally the one he had mastered. This was because this pill formula was personally improved by the great emperors of wondrous pills many years ago. It could be said that there was no other pill formula in this world that was better than this. The great emperors of wondrous pills had only taught this pill formula to a few of his disciples. No outsiders had learned it before. Now that he saw traces of this pill formula in Yang Kai's hands, Ji Ying was naturally surprised. Not only was Ji Ying surprised, but the other onlookers also had strange expressions. This was because they noticed that Yang Kai and Ji Ying were in the process of refining a spirit pill. It was almost exactly the same. The only difference was that Yang Kai's movements were slightly faster while Ji Ying was slightly slower. This was not because Ji Ying's alchemy skills were inferior to Yang Kai's, but because he had a slow start. Although Ji Ying understood this, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if Ji Ying was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy, taking whatever herbs Yang Kai took. When Yang Kai's spirit pill formula, Ji Ying was Yang Kai's formula, had Yang Kai's the doubts in Ji Ying's heart grew stronger and stronger. He originally thought that this situation was just a coincidence, but halfway through the refinement, he was sure that the pill recipes the two of them had were the same. Where did you get this pill recipe from? Ji Ying couldn't help but ask. This was a pill recipe passed down by his master. How could it fall into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Gu, you're getting distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you continue like this, you'll lose this competition. Ji Ying's body shook. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just a moment ago, he had been so focused on Kai Yang's pill recipe that he had been somewhat distracted. This had led to him not being able to use his full strength in the process of condensing the medicinal liquid. Looking at it now, his own medicinal liquid seemed to be slightly worse than Kai Yang's. Condensing the spirit pill was the first step in alchemy. It was also the most important and fundamental step. If this step was not done well, it would affect the quality of the spirit pill. Alchemy was like playing chess. One wrong move would lead to another. Not doing a single detail well would result in failure. He could not lose. This was a match that concerned Medicine Pill Valley. His master's reputation was on the line. He could not lose. Ji Ying's expression changed. He seemed to become a different person. His entire being exuded an indescribable aura. His mind was immersed in alchemy, and there was nothing else in his eyes. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely serious. Although he was an alchemy emperor, this was his first time competing with another alchemy emperor in alchemy. Moreover, this person was the legacy disciple of the wondrous pill great emperor. If he did not give it his all, he would not win. He had something to rely on. It was not the conflagrated knowledge that Ji Ying saw. This was just a small advantage he had. His real trump card was the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Back on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's home star, Water Moon Star, Yang Kai had soared in the Tao of Alchemy after triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. If it were not for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai have advanced so quickly in the Tao of Alchemy? He had not spent much time on alchemy over the years. Under normal circumstances, he would be lucky to become a Tao source-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to become an emperor alchemist. However, the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone had allowed him to easily climb to the level of an emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare with a veteran alchemist like Ji Ying in terms of experience, so he could only give it his all. His mind suddenly became empty, as if his whole person had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose in his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements suddenly changed. Suddenly, as if he had epilepsy, he began to dance with joy. Qi. This appearance made Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost burst out laughing, but under the covetous gazes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Ji Ying's movements were smooth and meticulous. Just looking at him was a kind of enjoyment. Compared to Yang Kai's performance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was obvious who was better. You want to win against Grandmaster Ji? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi also noticed this and could not help but show an anxious look on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing. His performance before was good, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? HM? Of all the people present, there was only one person who suddenly stared at Yang Kai, a look of extreme shock appearing on his face as he stared fixedly at him. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. This eldest disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai. It was not because of Li Xian's slander of Yang Kai, but because of Yang Kai. Li Xian was expelled from the sect by his master. Although he despised Li Xian's previous actions, he was still brother for many years and still had some feelings for him. He originally wanted to wait for his master's anger to pass before persuading him to take Li Xian back. After all, his junior brother was still young. How could he not make mistakes? It would be good if he knew how to repent. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not even give him a chance. Regarding Yang Kai and Ji Ying's match, he was filled with disdain. He didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to win, so he had been staring at him with a look of hatred, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he was defeated by his honored master. Who would have thought that with a single glance, he would see something incredible? In the eyes of others, Yang Kai was twitching crazily and waving his hands randomly, without any sense of beauty, but in his eyes, there was a completely different feeling. Somehow, he vaguely grasped something, but when he tried to grasp it, he couldn't. This made him so anxious that sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at Yang Kai carefully, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. All of the spirit herbs had been thrown into the pill furnace by the two of them, condensing them into pure medicinal liquids. The lid of the pill furnace was sealed and the pill nourishing stage was reached. Inside the pill furnace, where no one could see, spirit arrays began to appear and disappear one after another. A variety of medicinal liquids began to mix inside the pill furnace, producing a mysterious change. Ji Ying's eldest disciple suddenly knelt on the ground. This strange movement surprised everyone except for Yang Kai and Ji Ying. Hua Qingxi looked over and saw that this eldest disciple was sweating profusely, as if he had just experienced a life-or-death struggle. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, but he still stared fixedly at Yang Kai. What's wrong? Hua Qingxi quickly walked over to him and tried to help him up. This person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so if something happened to him here, it would be difficult to explain to Ji Ying. Don't touch me, the eldest disciple shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging, making him look extremely frightening. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand stiffened in place as she felt annoyed, not knowing what was wrong with this guy. Oh! Yang Kai took a moment to glance at this eldest disciple and grinned. You actually saw something? Take a good look. What you can comprehend will depend on your own luck. To the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both glared at him and curled their lips in disdain, thinking to themselves, this guy really dares to talk big. He is Ji Ying's eldest disciple, so even if he wants to learn something, he won't look for you. So what are you worrying about? What's more, with your skills, I'm afraid you can't even compare to his eldest disciple, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw the eldest disciple grit his teeth and widen his eyes even more, saying in a sonorous voice, Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang. What? Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with this eldest disciple? He actually thanked Yang Kai and even called him Grandmaster Yang. This is impossible, right? His honored master is right in front of him. Isn't he afraid of his honored master getting angry? What the hell is going on? Although Ji Ying was completely focused, he was still startled by his disciple's actions. Hearing him respect Yang Kai so much, he couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, this little brat is actually helping an outsider at this time. I've raised you for so many years in vain. Out of curiosity, he glanced over at Yang Kai again. Sweeping his gaze over, Ji Ying's hand movements paused and his eyes slowly widened, even forgetting about the spirit pills he was nourishing in his alchemy furnace. His attainments in alchemy were countless times better than his disciples, and even his disciple could see through this, so as his honored master, it was naturally impossible for him not to. In his eyes, what he saw was not Yang Kai's strange movements or his twitching hands, but a grand Tao that led to the peak of alchemy. Yang Kai's movements were completely natural and in harmony with the alchemy Tao. It seemed to contain a kind of truth that he could not grasp. He had only ever seen this kind of situation on his honored master, the great emperors, but he had never expected that he would be lucky enough to find similar traces on another person today. Chapter 2734. Shock. Ji Ying's heart was instantly filled with shock like a storm. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? He could actually figure out the essence of the alchemic Tao like his honored master. No, even his honored master could not have such an achievement at his age. Ji Ying was completely stunned and had an indescribable feeling. The one competing with him in alchemy was not the young man named Yang Kai, but the grand Tao he had been searching for but could not capture. How could he win? His heart suddenly became a little chaotic and a sizzling sound suddenly came from the three-legged twin dragon furnace. Grandmaster Ji Yu? Li Jiao and Mi Qi exclaimed in unison. Although they did not understand alchemy and could not see anything special, Ji Ying's state at this moment was obviously not right. From the change in his expression, how could they not see that there was something wrong with his state of mind? How could this be? If Ji Ying lost in this competition, he wouldn't lose much, but the two of them had bet 50 years of their respective sects' profits on the line. If they lost, for the next 50 years, the disciples of the two sects would have to tighten their belts. Ji Ying was shocked and suddenly realized that he was still in the middle of a competition, causing him to feel annoyed and ashamed. This was the second time he had been distracted, which would inevitably have some impact on the entire alchemy process, but after all, he had a profound cultivation base and quickly suppressed the flames in the furnace to save himself. Forcing himself to calm down and throw away all distracting thoughts, under great pressure, Ji Ying's movements suddenly became much smoother. He faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The eldest disciple still stared at Yang Kai's movements with wide eyes, the blood vessels in his eyes becoming denser and denser as his whole body trembled, as if he had suffered a great deal of torture, but his expression was extremely excited. As time passed, a pill fragrance overflowed. This was not the fragrance of simple spirit herbs, but the fragrance of a spirit pill. When this fragrance came out, it meant that the refinement had reached the final stage, as long as no mistakes were made. The spirit pill could be refined. The closer it was to the end, the more nervous Mi Qi and Li Jiao became. They did not know whether Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai. Originally, they had full confidence in Ji Ying. However, Ji Ying's unstable state of mind just now made them a little nervous. They didn't know if that change would affect the quality of the spirit pills in the end. After another 2 hours, the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost tangible. Yang Kai's hands suddenly stopped moving, his expression solemn. Yao Yao lifted the purple origin furnace and shouted, "Rise! It's time to collect the pills." Everyone's complexion stiffened as they realized that Yang Kai's furnace of spirit dawn had reached the final stage. This process was also an extremely important step in alchemy. A good pill condensing technique would allow an alchemist to refine more spirit pills of higher quality. On the other side, Jing also pretended to slap his own alchemy furnace, causing the lid to fly out. He had also entered the pill refining stage. Mi Qi and Li Jiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They knew that they had reached this point. Yang Kai definitely couldn't beat Ji Ying because Ji Ying's pill condensing technique was personally passed down by the great emperors. Even if Yang Kai had some opportunities and became an emperor realm alchemist, it was impossible for him to have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend to understand and quickly turned to look at the eldest disciple, wanting to see some clues from his expression. With a single glance, both of their hearts sank. Because at this moment, the eldest disciple was actually still watching Yang Kai's movements, his two bloodshot eyes bursting with an extremely pleasantly surprised light. On the contrary, he turned a blind eye to his honored master. No way, right? Could it be that Yang Kai's pill condensing technique is also better? Otherwise, why didn't the eldest disciple take this opportunity to learn his honored master's technique? Instead, he paid attention to Yang Kai? It must be because the eldest disciple's skills aren't good enough and his vision isn't good enough. Mi Qi and Li Jiao comforted themselves in their hearts. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during the alchemy competition, they still had great expectations for Ji Ying. Using the ninth heaven profound pill method, a series of hand seals flew into the purple origin furnace, making the last step of alchemy perfect. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai comprehended from the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Even compared to the techniques created by the great emperors, it was slightly better. Asterisk ding ling ling. Asterisk suddenly, a very pleasant sound rang out from the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai flashed and slapped the purple origin furnace, causing a string of rolling spirit pills to fly out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao stared at it with wide eyes. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what their quality was, but before they could see them clearly, they were put into a jade bottle prepared in advance by Yang Kai. This made the two of them gnash their teeth in hatred. On the other side, Jing also began to condense the pills. After forming the last hand seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out of the pill furnace and were thrown into the jade bottle in his left hand. The refinement is complete. Yang Kai pressed his hands together and let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Dantian. Ji Ying stood there motionless, his brow furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His eldest disciple, on the other hand, closed his eyes the moment Yang Kai finished refining and knelt down like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. This made Mi Qi and Li Jiao anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Although they felt that the possibility of Ji Ying losing was not high, they were still a little nervous. After all, this was related to the income of their respective sects for 50 years, a total of 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Ji Ying did not move, so Yang Kai did not want to disturb him. He knew that Ji Ying was considering the gains and losses of this alchemy, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he winked at Zhu Qing, who was looking at him. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice. She didn't care about him at all. He had brought a snub upon himself. After a long time, Ji Ying breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Yang Kai, and cupped his fists. Brother Yang's skill. This Ji is deeply impressed. After competing with Yang Kai for a while, Ji Ying immediately understood that he had really underestimated him before. Not only was he an alchemist emperor, but he was also an alchemist whose skill was not inferior to his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the wondrous alchemy process, but it was enough to shock him. If it weren't for the importance of this competition, he would not have been able to stop himself from interrupting the refinement and observing it carefully. This time, no matter who wins or loses, this Ji must thank Brother Yang. Ji Ying said sincerely, glancing at his first disciple. After learning that Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor who was not inferior to him, Ji Ying's address for him had changed. Moreover, his first disciple's harvest was not small, so he naturally had to thank him. Previously, he had always called him Palace Master Yang, but now, it was even more intimate. Well said, Brother Ji is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were dumbfounded, thinking that something was wrong. Wasn't Ji Ying here to find trouble with Yang Kai? Why was he suddenly calling him brother? Even the two of them, who had known Ji Ying for many years, did not have the qualifications to call him that. They couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come along. Master Ji, let's see the results of the competition first. Mi Qi changed the topic, lest Yang Kai and Ji Ying continue to curry favor with each other. As long as Ji Ying won this competition, their trip here would definitely be worth it. 50 years of the sect's profit, just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still very curious about the things in Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what it was that actually received such a high evaluation from Ji Ying. Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Those who come are guests, Brother Ji, please. Ji Ying nodded. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Essence pills. Everyone in the hall craned their necks and looked at his palm. 9 pills. Michi glanced over and immediately exclaimed in excitement. This time, Jing had refined 9 pills, which was the maximum number of pills a furnace could produce. This basically meant that he had won half the competition. The rest would depend on the quality of these pills, but since Jing had personally refined them, the quality of the pills would definitely not be bad. This could be seen from the fact that these spirit pills were all round and full, and their color was translucent. Look, look, look. Li Jiao seemed to have discovered a new world and pointed at one of the Emperor Essence pills, breathing heavily. Pill veins. These are pill veins. One of the 9 spirit pills was covered with veins, and at first glance, it looked like the veins of a human body. These were the legendary pill veins. If a spirit pill formed pill veins during the refining process, its medicinal efficacy would directly double, and its value would naturally rise. However, pill veins weren't something that everyone could refine. Even for the most skilled alchemists, it was something that could only be found by chance. But now, one of Ji Ying's spirit pills had formed an elixir veins. Moreover, it was an emperor-grade spirit pill. This made it all the more precious and shocking. Ha ha ha. Michi also laughed loudly, and his anxious heart finally settled back into his stomach. If Jiying had only won half the competition by refining 9 pills, then this spirit pill with pill veins had sealed his victory. Yang Kai had no chance of making a comeback. He didn't even need to look at the quality of the spirit pills he refined. Michi didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine spirit pills with pill veins. If pill veins were so easy to refine, they wouldn't be called pill veins. Exchanging a glance with Li Jiao, both of them were overjoyed. 5 billion high-rank source crystals, 50 years of sect income, were about to be obtained, so how could the two not be happy? They secretly decided that after Yang Kai fulfilled the bet, they would buy the Emperor Essence pill with pill veins from Jiying. This was the key to victory and was worth preserving. As long as they had this spirit pill, the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of them. Of course, they could also curry favor with Jiying. Should they humiliate Yang Kai while they were at it? Looking at the 3 monster kings standing nearby and glaring at them, the two thought for a moment and decided to forget about it, lest they become angry out of humiliation. The two of them really weren't their opponents. Chapter 2735. Master Ji is indeed amazing. Yang Kai praised as he looked at the spirit pill with pill veins. An emperor-grade spirit pill with pill veins was indeed amazing. Even when he was refining emperor-grade spirit pills, he rarely saw pill veins. Just this point alone made Ji Ying worthy of his status as an alchemy emperor. I'm ashamed. It's all thanks to Brother Yang that I was able to form pill veins this time. Ji Ying waved his hand. What does this have to do with him? Michi retorted. Being able to form pill veins is the embodiment of Master Ji's exquisite alchemy skills. What does it have to do with him? That's right. If he didn't deliberately interfere, I'm afraid more than one spirit pill would have formed pill veins, Li Jiao also said. Jiying shook his head and didn't explain. He believed that Yang Kai didn't need him to explain. This time, being able to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins was all thanks to the great pressure Yang Kai had given him. Although he had been distracted twice midway, under that tremendous pressure, especially when he had caught a glimpse of Yang Kai's beauty, he had been able to faintly comprehend something, allowing him to refine such a perfect result. Otherwise, according to his usual ability, refining 100 cauldrons of Emperor Yuan pills might not necessarily form pill veins. Now, one appeared in one cauldron. It was simply a miracle. However, if he refined another cauldron of Emperor Yuan pills, he might not be so lucky. When Michi and Li Jiao saw that Jiying didn't speak, they thought that he was just being polite to Yang Kai. Who would have thought that there were twists and turns in his words? Michi immediately said, Palace Master Yang, we have finished inspecting the spirit pills refined by Master Ji. May I know the condition of the spirit pills refined by Palace Master Yang? Hee. Palace Master Yang's alchemy skills are also very good. You must have also refined pill veins, Li Jiao ridiculed from the side, deliberately praising Yang Kai with sinister intentions. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since everyone has made a bet, take it out for us to see. Michi's face was tense as if he had already won. Palace Master Yang, Don't tell me you don't want to take out your spirit pills because you can't win against Master Ji? Jing hurriedly said, "Why are you two like this? Brother Yang is also an alchemy emperor Yuan pill master. Moreover, he is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. In the future, we will all live together in the Northern Territory. Why don't we just forget about today's matter? Let's drink to our heart's content here. Let's forget about love and hatred with a smile. It'll be a good story to spread." He had previously agreed to compete with Yang Kai in alchemy out of anger. But now, he was a little bit worried at the moment. He was lucky enough to refine an Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins, but Yang Kai's luck couldn't be as good, right? If he lost, he would lose 5 billion high-grade Genesis crystals. Both he and his eldest disciple had benefited greatly from Kai Yang, especially his eldest disciple. Even now, he was still immersed in his enlightenment, so his harvest must have been enormous. If he had really implicated Yang Kai and caused him to lose this 5 billion, he would definitely feel guilty. That was why he wanted to be a peacemaker and resolve the conflict. Deliberately pointing out Yang Kai's identity as an alchemy emperor Yuan pill master was to let Mi Qi and Li Jiao know when to stop. As long as they could give up the bet today, they would definitely be on good terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, if they wanted to refine any spirit pills in the future, Yang Kai would definitely not refuse and could even help. Li Jiao and Mi Qi glanced at each other and naturally understood Ji Ying's plan. They both showed awkward expressions. If it were a normal matter, they would be willing to give face to Ji Ying, but this matter was related to 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Even they were a little hesitant. After a while, Mi Qi frowned and said, "Master Ji, a man can't live without integrity. Since Palace Master Yang made a bet with us before, he should fulfill his promise now. If Brother Li and I let it go, I'm afraid we will be underestimating Palace Master Yang. Palace Master Yang will not be happy." Li Jiao nodded and said, "Brother Mi is right. Please forgive us, Master Ji. It is not that we are unwilling, but a bet is a bet after all." Ji Ying heard this. His expression couldn't help becoming a little ugly. He didn't expect that these two would not give him face when he personally interceded. It seemed that they were determined to take advantage of Yang Kai. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and said, "Brother Ji, there is no need to say anything more. This palace master is willing to accept his loss." Li Jiao and Mi Qi were overjoyed when they heard this and praised, "Palace Master Yang is a man of his word. In the future, if High Heaven Palace needs any help in the Northern Territory, please do not hesitate to inform us. Our two sects will definitely not refuse." Who didn't know how to say something cheap? In any case, if there really was something they needed help with, they could make a decision based on their discretion. What's more, they didn't think that Yang Kai would ask them for help. After this incident, even if the High Heaven Palace and their two sects were not enemies, they would not get along peacefully. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This palace master only said that he was willing to accept his loss, but he didn't lose. Are you two so confident that you can take away the 5 billion origin stones?" Li Jiao and Mi Qi were stunned, the former saying, "Then let's take a look and see how good the Spirit Pill Palace Master Yang refines is." Yes, we should take a look," Li Jiao nodded. Since they were going to lose, they might as well let them understand. Huh. Ji Ying sighed. Now that things had reached this point, there was nothing he could do. 5 billion high-rank source crystals was indeed enough for Li Jiao and Mi Qi to take the risk of offending him. "Brother Ji, help me take a look." Yang Kai tossed the jade bottle in his hand to Ji Ying. Ji Ying took it and nodded, "All right." Saying so, he opened the jade bottle and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills inside. Everyone's breathing seemed to quicken as they stared at the pills. The three Monster Kings' eyes met, flashing a fierce light. There was no need to communicate. The three of them had already secretly decided that if Yang Kai lost this round, they would immediately capture Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Wanting to take away 5 billion high-rank source crystals was simply a fool's dream. 9. Li Jiao's expectant eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the 9 spirit pills in Ji Ying's left hand in amazement, his face contorting in shock. Yang Kai had refined 9 Emperor Yuan pills, not the slightest bit inferior to Ji Ying's. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai's attainments in the alchemic Tao were comparable to Ji Ying's? Not just any alchemist emperor could refine 9 spirit pills. Pill veins? Michi sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at one of the 9 spirit pills. This spirit pill was exactly the same as the one Jiying had refined with pill veins. The surface of this spirit pill was covered in spirit veins, as if it contained some kind of profound principle. Huh. Jiying was also taken aback. Yang Kai being able to refine 9 Emperor Yuan pills was within his expectations. It would have been strange if he couldn't, but one of them had actually formed pill veins, which was really surprising. He had been able to refine this spirit pill because of his good luck, but he had not expected Yang Kai's luck to be so good. This is impossible. Michi rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating. But no matter how he looked at it, one of the 9 spirit pills had indeed formed pill veins. You cheated. Li Jiao's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Palace Master Li, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. When did this palace master cheat?" Li Jiao snorted, "You were the one who proposed refining this Emperor Yuan pill, so this spirit pill with pill veins must have been obtained by you long ago. Now you're taking it out to make up the numbers." When Michi heard this, he felt that this made a lot of sense. When Yang Kai had refined this spirit pill, he had quickly put it into the jade bottle and then asked Ji Ying to take it out first. During this time, the jade bottle had always been in his hands, so he had a chance to swap out the spirit pill. Yes, this is the only explanation. This boy is treacherous. His intentions are unfathomable and hateful. Palace Master Yang, this isn't good, right? Michi's face was ashen. He had almost obtained 5 billion high-rank source crystals, but because of Yang Kai's shamelessness, the situation had become uncertain, so he naturally was not in a good mood. The most hateful thing was that he and Li Jiao had no evidence to prove this. Whether or not I'm just making up the numbers, you can ask Brother Ji. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully, too lazy to argue with them. Li Jiao and Michi both turned to look at Jiying. Jiying nodded and said, "This spirit pill has just come out of the furnace. It was not refined in advance." What? Impossible, Grandmaster Ji. Please take a closer look. You want to question my words? Jiying's face sank, extremely displeased. Although he intended to befriend Yang Kai, he would not lie about this kind of thing. Michi and Li Jiao's words were simply questioning his character and credibility. Michi and Li Jiao were both startled, only then realizing that they had angered Jiying. Michi hurriedly said, "Grandmaster Ji is too serious. We naturally dare not question your words, but we don't know what this boy's character is like, so we have to be on guard. Grandmaster Ji, please take a closer look and see if he has done anything." Jiying said lightly, "A furnace of spirit pills has traces of a furnace of spirit pills, each of which is different from the others. Those who have not been immersed in this Tao for many years will not be able to see it. In this Ji's opinion, these 9 spirit pills came from the same furnace." Michi and Li Jiao were stunned. Of course, the easiest way to distinguish is that this spirit pill's residual heat has not dissipated. If you don't believe me, feel it yourself. As Jiying spoke, he directly threw the Emperor Essence pill that had formed pill patterns to Michi. Michi received it and carefully felt it. He discovered that it was indeed as Jiying said. This spirit pill was still warm, and it was clearly just refined. His heart sank, and he threw it to Li Jiao to let him feel it too. Yang Kai sneered and said, "So, the two of you still want to say that this palace master cheated?" Michi laughed dryly and said, joking. It was just a joke just now. Palace Master Yang doesn't have to take it to heart. This joke is not funny at all." Li Jiao coughed dryly and said, "Both of you refined a spirit pill that formed pill patterns, and both of you refined 9 pills. This counts as a tie?" A tie. There is no winner or loser." Michi hurriedly echoed, but the disappointment on his face was obvious. Yang Kai chuckled lowly. "The quantity is the same, the pill patterns are the same, then it depends on the quality. There will always be a high and low quality." Jiying nodded and said, "That's right, dividing the quality can indeed distinguish the difference." Chapter 2736. Li Jiao and Michi's hearts skipped a beat. Originally, although they were somewhat unwilling to accept the result of a tie, they could barely accept it. After all, there was no loss. However, Yang Kai actually took the initiative to suggest a contest of quality, which gave them a bad feeling. Could it be he really had the confidence to win? Otherwise, why would he make such a suggestion? With this thought, the two of them suddenly lost their composure. Michi hurriedly said, "Let's just call it a tie. There's no need to distinguish quality." Yang Kai snorted, "Since it's a bet, we naturally need to see who's better." "What is Sect Master Me afraid of?" Michi nervously said. "What is this king afraid of? Palace Master Yang is really joking." A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Jiao's forehead as the bad feeling in his heart became more and more fierce. "I will have to trouble Brother Ji to appraise one more time." Yang Kai turned to look at Jiying. "A small matter." Jiying nodded. At this point, the victory or defeat between him and Yang Kai was no longer so important. What's more, Yang Kai seemed to understand the truth of alchemy at a glance. In time, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his honored master. Even if he lost to him, it wouldn't be shameful. This alchemy trip had also been fruitful for him. After returning and cultivating in seclusion for a while, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in alchemy. At that time, his alchemy skills wouldn't be inferior to his brother's. Immediately, he calmed his heart and began to distinguish the Emperor Yuan pills refined by him and Yang Kai in his left and right hands. He carefully examined them in terms of color, size, purity, and aura. He even scraped off a layer of powder from each other's spirit pills and put it in his mouth to taste. The hall was completely silent. Everyone's expression was tense. This was especially true for Michi and Li Jiao. This was a bet that concerned the profits of their respective sects for the next 50 years. Their eyes were like leeches that were tightly clinging onto Jiying. They observed his body language, afraid that he would say something bad about them. Only Yang Kai had a calm expression and even ran back to his seat to pick up his teacup and drink some water. Phew! After a long time, Jiying exhaled. Looking at his expression, he already had a conclusion. Master Yin, what's the result?" Michi approached him nervously, his voice trembling. Li Jiao also looked at Jiying anxiously, and a drop of sweat rolled down his face without him noticing. "This Ji is not skilled enough. Brother Yang is better. This Ji admires you." Jiying did not answer them. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Brother Ji, you flatter me too much. This little brother only managed to win this time due to some fortuitous encounters. In the future, I will have to ask Brother Ji for advice." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists in return. Jiying smiled bitterly and waved his hand. While the two of them were talking, Li Jiao and Michi were dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze, their faces ashen, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. Although Jiying did not say who won and who lost. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Master Lin, did you see it clearly? Is it true that the quality of the spirit pills he refined is higher?" Michi asked with a trembling voice. Li Jiao also said anxiously, "Do you want to take another look?" Jiying's expression became angry as he coldly said, "Do the two of you not trust this Ji's character?" These two had questioned his character before, but for the sake of their many years of friendship, Jiying did not want to argue with them too much. But now they were doing it again, making Jiying furious. It was fine if it was the first time, but what was the meaning of this second time? Was his reputation so worthless? Seeing Jiying become angry, Michi and Li Jiao's hearts skipped a beat as they realized their rudeness. Michi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No. Master Lin has misunderstood. Brother Li and I have no such intentions. Please calm down, Master Lin." They could offend anyone but Jiying. Jiying snorted. "Let me tell you, a true alchemist would never joke about the pills they refined. This Ji lost, so there is no need for me to deliberately raise Brother Yang's reputation." Pausing for a moment, he stretched out his hands and said, "Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then try the efficacy of these two spirit pills yourselves. Both of you are third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, so once you take these spirit pills and refine them, you should be able to easily distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker." Li Jiao and Michi glanced at each other, and saw that the other was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. This matter was of great importance, so they had to be cautious. However, if they did this, they might completely offend Jiying, because once they took the spirit pills and refined them, it would mean that they did not trust Jiying's words and were doubting him. Choosing between them put Li Jiao and Mi Qi in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The two of you should try it yourselves and give Brother Ji justice." Jiying stood there with a cold expression and stretched out his hands. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiao stepped forward and said in shame, "Excuse me." Each of them took out an Emperor Yuan pill from Jiying's hands. Seeing this, Mi Qi could only take back the 2 Emperor Yuan pills. Jiying said indifferently, "Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then this Ji's cooperation with the two of you will end here. In the future, the two of you will not need to come to Medicine Pill Valley to find this Ji to refine pills for you." Hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both trembled and their faces paled as they called out, "Grandmaster Ji." "There's no need to say anything." Jiying coldly snorted, too lazy to say a word to them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi sighed heavily as they looked at the 2 spirit pills in their hands, feeling as if these small pills weighed 10,000 kilograms. Since things had reached this point, the two of them could only grit their teeth and take 1 Emperor Yuan pill to refine. Since they had already offended Jiying, they couldn't just lose the 5 billion, right? As long as they could prove that Jiying's Emperor Yuan pills were better than Yang Kai's, they could still reap some benefits. Although there weren't many Emperor Realm alchemists, there were still 1 or 2 in the Northern Territory, so they could simply not go to Medicine Pill Valley in the future. Circulating their Emperor Qi to refine the Emperor Yuan pills, the two of them quickly refined the medicinal efficacies before taking out another Emperor Yuan pill and continuing to refine it. After a short while, Li Jiao and Mi Qi both opened their eyes, their expressions ugly as if they had lost their parents. After personally refining and verifying the medicinal efficacies of the Emperor Yuan pill they had taken first were indeed inferior to the one they had taken later. The one they had taken first was refined by Jiying. The difference between the two was not too great, but the one they had taken earlier was indeed slightly inferior. Jiying said, "This Ji lost to Brother Yang in the process of condensing medicinal liquid, so the medicinal liquid I refined was not as pure as Brother Yang's. So the quality of the pills I refined was also slightly inferior. Since the two of you have personally refined and verified it, you should know what the conclusion is, right? Is this Ji speaking without thinking and siding with Brother Yang?" Mi Qi said with a bitter expression, "We never had such an intention." Of course, they could go against their conscience and say that Jiying's spirit pill was better, but that would be completely shameless. Were the 3 monster king in the hall, who had been staring at them with ill intentions, weak? Not to mention, there was also a woman named Qinger with terrifying combat strength. If they really acted shamelessly, they would definitely suffer. Since the result is out, then the two of you should accept your loss. Yang Kai walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched, their hearts aching so much that they almost bled. "Grandmaster Ji." Mi Qi looked at Jiying for help, hoping that Jiying could speak up for them. Jiying, however, returned to his seat and ignored them, clearly annoyed. Seeing Jiying like this, Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts immediately turned to ashes. Now that the situation was worse, they definitely couldn't win, and they probably couldn't escape either. If they were to really shed all pretenses of cordiality, the two of them would definitely be left here. Why did they think to come to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying? It was really easy to enter this kind of dragon's lair, but it was difficult to leave. The two of them regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Yang Kai's expression turned sinister as he glared at the two of them and shouted, "I'm talking to you. The two of you are also well-known figures in the Northern Territory. Could it be that you want to go back on your words?" The 3 monster king let out threatening voices in unison as their demonic qi rolled. It looked like Yang Kai would take the two of them down with a single order. How could it be? How could it be? Li Jiao quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled apologetically. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Brother Mi and I definitely won't go back on our words." Yes. We definitely won't go back on our words." Mi Qi also nodded. How many years had it been since they had acted so subserviently? Even in front of Ji Ying, they had never acted so subserviently. But now, the two of them had finally experienced what it felt like to be subservient. The sullenness in their hearts could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Since you don't want to go back on your words, then hurry up. Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards them, looking like a creditor. Michi said with a bitter expression, Palace Master Yang, how could we take out 5 billion high-rank source crystals so easily? Yeah, that's too much, Li Jiao also said with a guilty conscience. It's 5 billion. You can't take out 5 billion, but can't you take out 5 billion? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them. Michi and Li Jiao shook their heads like rattles. Yang Kai glared at them and said, your sects have stood tall in the Northern Territory for so many years, so how could you be so poor? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Li Jiao said, Palace Master Yang may not know this, but although our sects earn a lot every year, our expenses are also terrifying. In fact, we don't have much surplus every year. Yes. Michi nodded and said, Palace Master Yang has also obtained the foundation and wealth of Seeking Passion sect over the years. You should know how many source crystals you have. Our sects are not much different from Seeking Passion sect. So, the two of you can't take out the bet? Yang Kai's face turned cold. For the time being, we can't take it out, Michi and Li Jiao said with a guilty conscience. How dare you? Yang Kai shouted. You dare to make such a big bet with me when you don't have that much to bet? Are the two of you here to make fun of this palace master? Monster King, listen up, kill them for me. Yes. The 3 Monster King immediately rushed out after hearing this. Li Jiao and Michi were shocked, thinking that Yang Kai had already planned to kill the two of them and then take over the foundations of the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace, right? If the two of them died here, their sects would be leaderless and unable to resist the terrifying power of the High Heaven Palace. They would most likely be razed to the ground immediately. Chapter 2737. Wait. Seeing the 3 Monster Kings rushing towards him, Michi hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, Wait! Yang Kai also shouted. The 3 great demon monarchs stopped in their tracks and surrounded Li Jiao and Michi. Their demon essence enveloped them, not giving them any space to escape. Cold sweat slid down their cheeks and dripped to the ground, making clear sounds. Yang Kai stared at the two and said, Sect Master Mi, do you have any last words? This palace master is merciful and will let you live for a few breaths. So I have to say my last words. Michi's face darkened as he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said in a panic, Palace Master Yang, Brother Li and I are not trying to renege on our debt, nor do we intend to not fulfill this bet. Yes, we don't have that much to bet, so we really shouldn't have made such a big bet with Palace Master Yang. But now that things have come to this, even if you kill us, it won't do you any good. Yes, if you kill us, the 5 billion source crystals will really be gone, and you will also have a death feud with my Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect. I can destroy the Seeking Passion Sect, so do you think I'm afraid of your Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect? Yang Kai sneered disdainfully, but he still rubbed his chin and looked like he was thinking seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, But you're right. Continue. Whether you can live or not will depend on your mouths. Michi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was not in danger for the time being. But he also knew that if he could not persuade Yang Kai to let them go, their lives would be lost here today. After pondering for a while, he sorted out his words and said, Although Brother Li and I can't take out so many source crystals for the time being, we can. But we can still put together a part of it. How much? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. 500 million? Michi asked tentatively. Li Jiao nodded. 500 million is fine. Do you think we're beggars? Yang Kai coldly snorted. This palace master found more than 500 million source crystals in the Seeking Passion Sect storehouse. If you dare to mention 500 million again, I'll kill you right now. At most, I'll just give up the 5 billion source crystals. 1 billion. Michi quickly changed his words and said, I can't give more. If I give more, I won't be able to take it out. This was already the bottom line of the High Sky sect. He would probably have to sell off some of his items in order to gather 1 billion. Palace Master Li also has the same intention? Yang Kai coldly looked at Li Jiao. Li Jiao said uneasily, yes, we can only gather 1 billion at most. 1 billion? Yang Kai paced back and forth. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, 1 billion is fine. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were overjoyed. Without waiting for them to speak, Yang Kai continued, but there's still 5 billion left. How are you going to repay it? This. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai said, this palace master has an idea, but I don't know if you two are willing to listen. Please enlighten us, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao and Mi Qi looked at Yang Kai together. If you don't have enough source crystals, you can use treasures to make up the difference. I believe that there should be many rare treasures in your two sect storehouses. My High Heaven Palace has just been established and needs a lot of cultivation materials. I'll give you 10 million high-rank source crystals for 1 Emperor artifact, so 5 billion is 150 artifacts. 150 Emperor artifacts. 1 Emperor artifact only costs 10 million high-rank source crystals? Mi Qi and Li Jiao exclaimed in unison as they cursed in their hearts. They knew that Yang Kai would definitely take this opportunity to rip them off, but they did not expect to lose so badly. This was simply robbery. What Emperor artifact was only worth 10 million high-rank source crystals? Even the worst Emperor artifact couldn't possibly have this many Emperor artifacts. Moreover, the number of 150 Emperor artifacts was too terrifying. Even if the two sects exhausted all their resources, it would be impossible for them to find so many Emperor artifacts. If you don't have any Emperor artifacts, Dao Source Grade or Origin King Grade artifacts will do. In addition, all kinds of spirit flowers, rare herbs, rare ores, as long as they are cultivation materials. This palace master will kindly accept them all. Yang Kai waved his hand, looking like he was very easy to negotiate with. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If Yang Kai really said so, wouldn't the two sects be emptied out by him? What would happen to their disciples' cultivation then? How would they have the face to face the many elders and disciples in their sects? This won't do. Li Jiao was about to cry, Palace Master Yang, please be magnanimous. Mi Qi also said, Palace Master Yang, you're taking drastic measures to destroy our two sects. Yang Kai's face turned cold. This palace master has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it and now you want to blame me? Mi Qi and Li Jiao were a little speechless. With a sigh, Yang Kai said, as Brother Ji said before, we are all cultivators in the Northern Territory. We will see each other often in the future, so if we go too far, this palace master will be embarrassed. You're embarrassed? Li Jiao and Mi Qi cursed in their hearts. So, this palace master has a proposal. If you still can't accept it, the two of you can stay here today and let your sects come and ransom you. Once enough source crystals are collected, I will let you go. Please speak, Palace Master Yang. Although they knew that Yang Kai's idea was definitely not a good one, it was better than him directly using force, so it didn't matter if they listened. You two first collect 1 billion source crystals, then the remaining 5 billion. Will be paid in installments. Yang Kai waved his hand. Paid in installments? When Li Jiao and Mi Qi heard this, they glanced at each other and asked cautiously, how do we pay in installments? Yang Kai continued, both of your sects have a lot of businesses, so you have a lot of income every year. In the future, a portion of this income will be given to my High Heaven Palace. When the rest of the debt is paid off, it will be settled. What do you think of this proposal? Mi Qi was overjoyed. Palace Master Yang's proposal is good. We will pay in installments. Li Jiao also nodded. Good. Palace Master Yang is really smart. You can even think of such an idea. You also think it's good. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since you think it's good, then so be it. However, the details need to be discussed carefully. Yes. Mi Qi nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai said, I will give you 50 million high-rank source crystals for your sect's annual income. Is that correct? More or less, Mi Qi and Li Jiao both nodded. Such a number was simply terrifying for small and medium-sized sects. One had to know that when they participated in the auction in Flowing Shadow City, the Emperor Realm sects had only managed to collect 10 to 20 million high-rank source crystals, but when it came to the Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky sect, their annual income was 50 million. Comparing the two, the difference was huge. I don't want 50 million from you. I just want you to give me 40 million from High Heaven Palace every year. Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched. 40 million every year, that meant only 10 million would be left for their sects, a number that was greatly reduced. It was likely that their two sects would have a hard time in the future. However, if they wanted to repay the debt, they had no choice but to do so. They nodded and agreed. Give me 50 years and we'll be even, Yang Kai said solemnly. When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, they both frowned. The former said, Palace Master Yang, this number doesn't seem right. Li Jiao also said, that's right, Palace Master Yang, you must have miscalculated. Brother Mi and I each have 5 billion high-rank source crystals, so we'll give you 1 billion first, leaving 5 billion high-rank source crystals. If we give you 40 million high-rank source crystals every year, it won't take 50 years. If what Yang Kai said was true, then the two sects would give High Heaven Palace a total of 3 billion high-rank source crystals, which was 500 million more than the bet. Yang Kai sneered, you two don't want to calculate the interest? Interest. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were dumbfounded. What kind of interest was so high? 500 million high-rank source crystals, that was the total income of each sect for 10 years. Only now did the two understand Yang Kai's sinister intentions. They thought he had found his conscience, but who knew that he had dug a big hole and lured them into jumping into it? There are two ways, you can choose for yourself. Yang Kai looked at them impatiently. Either you collect 5 billion high-rank source crystals and send them to High Heaven Palace within a month, or you collect 1 billion first and pay back 50 years. Palace Master Yang, if you try to bargain with me again, do you really think this Palace Master can't destroy your two sects? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Mi Qi and Li Jiao immediately fell silent, looking frightened. They could also see that Yang Kai's patience was almost worn out, and if they continued to argue, they would be the ones to suffer. Looking at each other, Mi Qi sighed helplessly, then we'll pay in installments. Although paying back 500 million high-rank source crystals like this would hurt their foundation, it would not damage their foundation. If they really collected 5 billion high-rank source crystals in a month, it would definitely hurt their sect's Yuan Qi, and they would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. As a result, for the next 50 years, the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect would have to follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace, and the disciples of the two sects would not be able to raise their heads in front of the disciples of High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao said with a sad expression, I will also pay in installments. Good. Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. Both of you are straightforward people, so please go back first. In a month, this Palace Master will see your 1 billion high-rank source crystals, and the rest will be collected every year. There is no time to lose, so this Palace Master will not keep you, please. Mi Qi and Li Jiao cupped their fists weakly and turned around to leave. Unlike the elated look he had when he first arrived, he now had a dejected look on his face. No one would be happy after encountering such a thing, and it would be troublesome to explain this to the sect's upper echelons when they returned. Their illustrious reputation had been destroyed here today. Both of them were filled with regret, wondering if they should walk out of this door and not admit it. Palace Master Li, please wait. Before the two of them walked out of the hall, Jing suddenly spoke. Li Jiao paused when he heard this and turned to look at Jing. What orders does Grandmaster Ji have? I dare not order you, Jing replied indifferently. With a toss of his hand, a wooden box flew towards Li Jiao. This Ji's skills are lacking, and I'm afraid that Palace Headley has entrusted this dragonblood flower to him. I hope that Palace Headley can find someone else. Chapter 2738. Dragon Blood Flower. Zhu Qing, who had been standing quietly in the hall, seemed to have been touched by something at this moment. Her expression changed as she reached out to grab the wooden box. A powerful suction force came and sucked the wooden box into her hand. Li Jiao had yet to recover from the blow of Ji Ying's words when he suddenly found that his treasure had been snatched away. His expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Miss, what are you doing?" It was really a case of when it rains, the boat is late and the wind blows. Not only did he completely offend Ji Ying on this trip, but he also lost the opportunity to refine the dragon blood pill. Now, even the raw materials were taken away. That was a spirit flower that he had spent many years of hard work and used his own blood essence to cultivate. The increase of his strength depended on it, so how could Li Jiao watch it fall into the hands of others? However, he didn't dare to use force. He only looked at Zhu Qing with grief and indignation, hoping that this woman would return the dragon blood flower to him. Zhu Qing flicked her finger and opened the wooden box. A bright red flower lying quietly in the wooden box immediately entered his eyes. Yang Kai looked over curiously and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The dragon blood flower was crystal clear as if it was made of blood. The strangest thing was that this flower actually emitted traces of dragon's breath. Even if he had never heard of the dragon blood flower, this was the first time he had seen it. Yang Kai also understood that this thing was definitely something amazing. It really is the dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing frowned and closed the wooden box again, but she didn't return it to Li Jiao. Instead, she stared at Li Jiao and coldly said, "Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao said, "Miss, return this flower to me first." Zhu Qing ignored him. He didn't see her move at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiao with an unprecedentedly solemn expression and aggressively said, "I'll ask again. Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" An extremely oppressive aura rushed over, and Li Jiao actually felt a little suffocated. All the blood in his body seemed to have solidified, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His face paled as he said, "I got it by accident. Why are you asking this?" He was also baffled. This dragon blood flower was indeed something he had obtained by chance. Although it was precious, why would this woman be so excited? What shocked him even more was that he, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't even muster the slightest resistance in front of this woman. The fear that came from deep within his bones made his hands and feet turn cold, and his whole body shivered. How was this possible? He was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he could completely suppress him with just his aura. Only the great emperors. But this woman didn't look like one of the great emperors. Liar! Zhu Qing shouted. The dragon blood flower can only be found on Dragon Island. It is impossible to find it anywhere else. She seemed to be angry. As she spoke, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. A huge phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared above her head. Those 2 majestic dragon eyes looked down at Li Jiao. In an instant, Li Jiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out and he fell to the ground. His eyes widened as cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. He cried out involuntarily, "Dragon race!" What? Mi Qi was also startled. He took a step back and pulled away from Zhu Qing, his face turning pale. Looking at the phantom of a dragon's head above Zhu Qing's head, Mi Qi couldn't help but gulp. No wonder this woman looked so petite. No wonder Li Jiao, a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, couldn't resist her at all. This woman was actually from the dragon race? If that was the case, then everything made sense. The dragon race was the leader of all spirits, the leader of the divine spirits. An adult dragon race member could easily send him flying with a single punch. But Li Jiao was even more miserable. Because he had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was completely suppressed by the power of this dragon race's bloodline. He probably couldn't even use half of his strength. This was the terror of the suppression of a dragon's bloodline. How could there be a dragon race here? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl, the relationship between the two seemed to be somewhat unusual. Could it be that this high heaven palace had the shadow of Dragon Island behind it? Michi was still thinking about whether he should go back on his word after leaving this place, but how could he dare to have such thoughts now? Since it involved the dragon race, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go back on his word. On the other side, Ji Ying, who was sitting upright on a chair, was also stunned. As the 5th disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, although he was knowledgeable, He had never seen a real dragon race. He didn't expect to be lucky enough to witness it in this high heaven palace. Recalling how Yang Kai had treated this dragon girl as if she was at his beck and call, even making her serve him tea, cold sweat dripped down Ji Ying's head. He was extremely impressed by Yang Kai, but at the same time, he was also terrified. The dragon race, that was an extremely proud race. When did they become a servant girl? If he were to throw a tantrum, who would be able to walk out of this hall alive? What ability did Yang Kai have to make this dragon girl listen to him like this? Could it be that he was also a dragon race member? Thinking of this, Ji Ying looked at Yang Kai with a different expression. Originally, Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor and even defeated him in alchemy, which made Ji Ying attach importance to him and want to befriend him. But now, Ji Ying could only look up to him. Making a dragon girl serve him tea, even if his master, the wondrous pill great emperors, came in person, he was afraid that he wouldn't receive such treatment, right? Ji Ying couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Speak. Where did you get the dragon blood flower or dye? Zhu Qing coldly looked down at Li Jiao, her killing intent clear. The dragon blood flower was a product unique to Dragon Island. Now, one actually appeared outside. Although its quality wasn't very good, it was undoubtedly a dragon blood flower. Could it be that someone inside Dragon Island was colluding with the outside world to sell the dragon blood flower? This was no small matter, which was why Zhu Qing was so serious. Frozen Earth. Frozen Earth. I got it from the frozen earth. How could Li Jiao dare to hide anything at this moment? The one standing in front of him was a living dragon girl. The suppression from her bloodline made him feel uneasy. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single move. He quickly spilled out his secret. It's actually the frozen earth. Michi was shocked. He had inquired many times before, wanting to know where Li Jiao got the dragon blood flower, but Li Jiao always changed the topic, making him gnash his teeth in anger. Only now did he know that this dragon blood flower actually came from the frozen earth. That was a forbidden area. It was rumored that even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter that damned place. Even a third-layer emperor realm cultivator could die there. Frozen earth. Zhu Qing frowned. She already believed him a little. She didn't think that Li Jiao could lie under her suppression, but she was still curious and asked in a stern voice, how can the frozen earth have a dragon blood flower? That damned place was extremely cold and didn't even have a single living creature. So how could there be a dragon blood flower? Li Jiao anxiously said, there seems to be a dragon race cultivator who died there. The dragon blood flower can only survive in his burial ground. Zhu Qing's expression changed when she heard this and whispered, the burial ground of a dragon race. Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something, and after a few breaths of silence, she said, you better be telling the truth, or else I will definitely kill you. Every word is true. Li Jiao replied without hesitation. Where is that place? What are its characteristics? Zhu Qing suddenly used secret sound transmission. When Li Jiao heard this, he realized that she probably wanted to personally investigate the place. After all, a dragon race cultivator had died there. The dragon race's population was small to begin with, so any clansman was a precious existence. Now that a clansman had died in the frozen earth, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to investigate. She had to at least pick up the skeleton and bring it back to the dragon tomb. Li Jiao also sent a secret sound transmission, young lady, if you want to collect the corpse of a clansman, there's no need for that. I've already investigated before, and the skeleton of that dragon race cultivator has already turned to dust and no longer exists. Zhu Qing interrupted him. You only need to tell me the location. You don't need to worry about anything else. Li Jiao saw that she was insistent and could only tell Zhu Qing the location. In the end, he said, the frozen earth is extremely dangerous. If something happens to young lady inside, it's not my fault. Zhu Qing sneered, if you can come back alive from there, why can't I? Yes, yes, yes. Li Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He anxiously glanced at the wooden box in Zhu Qing's hand and said, then this dragon blood flower, do you want to die? I'll give it to young lady. No matter what, this belongs to Dragon Island. Li Jiao hurriedly changed his words. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was really a double loss. Originally, Yang Kai had won so many source crystals, which made him feel suffocated. Now, even the dragon blood flower was lost. He shouldn't have come here. He really shouldn't have come to the High Heaven Palace. Scram! Zhu Qing waved her hand as if she was shooing away a fly. Li Jiao hurriedly got up and glanced at the wooden box with great reluctance. Only then did he turn around and fly out. Since he had already left, Michi naturally didn't dare to stay any longer. He cupped his fists and hurriedly chased after him. Qinger, let me see what this is. In the main hall, Yang Kai suddenly smiled and crooked his finger at Yang Kai. Zhu Qing glanced at him with disdain and casually threw the wooden box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and opened it. He immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. The dragon blood flower is one of the most peculiar spiritual flowers in the world. It can only be cultivated with the blood of the dragon race. This thing can only be produced on Dragon Island. Jiying explained from the side. Cultivated with dragon blood? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Dragon blood itself was an extremely good thing. It was hard for ordinary people to even see it. How could something cultivated with dragon blood be inferior? No wonder this dragon blood flower was full of spiritual energy and even had a trace of dragon's breath. Although he didn't know what kind of pill this dragon blood flower could be refined into, he instinctively felt that this spiritual flower would be very useful to him. Can it be refined into pills? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Jiying. Jiying smiled and said, "Of course it can. The pill refined with the dragon blood flower as the main ingredient is called the dragon blood pill. Dragon race, or those with the bloodline of the dragon race, can use it to enhance the strength of their bloodline. If ordinary people take it, it will also have great benefits, especially for tempering the body." Chapter 2739. Dragon Blood Pill. Yang Kai murmured with an excited look on his face. According to Jiying, the dragon blood flower could be refined into dragon blood pills, and dragon blood pills could not only refine the bloodline of the dragon race, but also increase the strength of the physical body, not to mention its other uses. His physical body was already extremely powerful. If he could refine the dragon blood flower into dragon blood pills, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Yang Kai couldn't help but have an idea. He looked at Jiying and asked, "Brother Ji, do you have the recipe for dragon blood pills?" Jiying scratched his cheek and coughed dryly. "I do, but—" He glanced at Zhu Qing. There was a dragon girl here. He didn't dare to discuss the refinement of dragon blood pills with Yang Kai. After all, the dragon blood flower was too important to Dragon Island. If he provoked this dragon girl, his identity as the disciple of the great emperors wouldn't necessarily be of any use. "You want the dragon blood flower?" Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai. "You have it?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Zhu Qing was a dragon girl. She might have a lot of dragon blood flowers on her. If he could get her to hand over the dragon blood flowers, he could refine more dragon blood pills. Wouldn't that be wonderful? "I do." Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Zhu Qing said, "But they are all left on Dragon Island. Dragon blood flowers are forbidden to be taken out of Dragon Island." His excited mood was instantly doused with cold water. Yang Kai said with dissatisfaction, "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Thinking about it, he had already checked Zhu Qing's space ring. If she really had dragon blood flowers, she would have found them long ago. Cold sweat appeared on Ji Ying's forehead again. Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl was so casual. It could even be said that he wasn't polite at all. This made his heart beat faster. Zhu Qing smiled faintly. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of craftiness. "Follow me to the Dragon Island. I will give you the dragon blood flower. I still have about 10 of them." Ji Ying's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he could not be any more shocked. This dragoness actually invited Yang Kai to Dragon Island? Is that for real? Did I hear it wrong? Dragon Island. It was the most mysterious place in the star boundary. Let alone going there. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to figure out its exact location. And the dragon race boasted of being the leader of all living creatures. They had never invited outsiders to the Dragon Island. Only those few great emperors had the qualifications to set foot on the Dragon Island. However, they couldn't go there often, and it was even more impossible for them to obtain the dragon blood flower from the dragon race. But now, not only did this dragoness invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island, She also said that she would give him 10 dragon blood flowers. Ji Ying's head was a little muddled. Although this had nothing to do with him, he still hurriedly winked at Yang Kai. This was a rare opportunity. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, it was more important to agree quickly. If it was him, he would definitely go there obediently. I'm going to fall out with you for bringing this up. Yang Kai pulled a long face. He stared at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing curled her lips and stretched out her hand to Yang Kai. Then return the box to me. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the box disappeared. He turned his head and said, "What box? I didn't see it." Zhu Qing said, "The dragon blood flower is from Dragon Island. Don't you think it's too hot for you to take it?" Yang Kai said, "What dragon blood flower? I don't know." Zhu Qing was both angry and amused. Yang Kai clearly didn't want to spit it out after eating it. If someone else took the dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing would definitely take action. But speaking of which, although Yang Kai wasn't from the dragon race, he had the ancestral dragon's origin, so he was qualified to enjoy the dragon blood flower. Frowning, Zhu Qing didn't continue to pester him on this matter. Ji Ying was stunned. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to steal something from the dragon race? He only felt that he had never been shocked more in his life than today. His brain wasn't enough to process it. Qing, the weather outside is pretty good. Go out and bask in the sun. It's not good for your skin to be cooped up in the house. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing snorted coldly. She knew that he was chasing her away. She stomped her foot and scurried out. Yang Kai gave a look to Hua Qingxi and the three Monster King. Everyone took their leave. In an instant, only Yang Kai, Ji Ying, and his eldest disciple who was still meditating were left in the hall. Yang Kai casually tossed the wooden box back to Ji Ying. He said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine a cauldron of dragon blood pills for me." Huh. Ji Ying was stunned and stiffly received the box. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Ji hasn't forgotten, right? You are now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist." Ji Ying was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. This Ji is willing to accept his loss and won't go back on his word. However, I will need to return to Medicine Core Valley to report this matter to Honored Master first. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's fine. Brother Ji can take care of his own matters. When you have time, you can come to my High Heaven Palace." "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Ji Ying thanked him. Ji Ying expressed his thanks, his heart filled with emotion. Before coming to Towering Palace, he was still free and unrestrained, but after coming here, he had actually become their chief alchemist. This was not the ending he had hoped to see. However, on second thought, Yang Kai's alchemy skills were also quite good, and he had even faintly touched upon the principles of the Great Tao. If he could have the opportunity to exchange pointers with him from time to time, it would be of great benefit to him. With this thought in mind, Ji Ying was no longer so against becoming High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. On the contrary, he was even looking forward to it. "Brother Yang, there is something I want to confirm with you." Ji Ying's expression suddenly became solemn. Yang Kai smiled lightly and asked, "Is it about my alchemy furnace?" Ji Ying trembled as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Ji's guess is correct. My alchemy furnace is called the Purple Origin Furnace." Sure enough, it is the Purple Origin Furnace. Ji Ying's expression changed dramatically. When he saw Yang Kai's alchemy furnace before, he was a little confused. He had always felt that this alchemy furnace looked familiar, but he had never seen it before. Later, when he refined the Emperor Yuan pill with Yang Kai, the two of them had used almost the same refining process, which made Ji Ying even more puzzled. After thinking about it for a while, there was only one possibility. This Purple Origin Furnace was given to my third brother by my honored master. This Ji entered the sect late and has never met my third brother, but I have heard of him. Now that the Purple Origin Furnace is in Brother Yang's hands, may I ask where my third brother, Gong Sun Mu, is? Gong Sun Mu had made a grave mistake in his early years and was expelled from the sect by his honored master. Many years had passed since then, but there had been no news of him in the star boundary. Now that he had seen the Purple Origin Furnace, as his junior brother, Ji Ying naturally had to inquire about him. He knew that although his honored master had expelled Gong Sun Mu from Medicine Pill Valley, His honored master had still been quite concerned about him over the years. After all, there was still a master-disciple relationship between them. Moreover, his third brother was said to be a heavenly genius with unparalleled talent in the alchemic Tao. Even his eldest and second brothers could not compare to him in this regard. Unfortunately, they had taken the wrong path. Otherwise, their current achievements would likely be greater than those of his brothers. Yang Kai sighed dejectedly and said, Senior Gong's son Mu has already passed away. Jing was shocked and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, it seemed that he had some guesses in his heart, but after being confirmed by Yang Kai, he still felt sad. Sad that an alchemy genius of a generation had fallen so early. Yang Kai said, I also found the purple origin furnace in a cave mansion left behind by Senior Gong's son Mu, along with some of his inheritances. Jiying smiled bitterly as he understood why the process of refining the Yuan Emperor pill was basically the same as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai had inherited Gong's son Mu's inheritance and naturally obtained his pill recipe. Gong's son Mu's pill recipe was passed down to him by the great emperors of Wondrous Pill, which was exactly the same as Ji Ying's. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and handed it to Ji Ying. This was left behind by Senior Gong's son Mu. Brother Ji, you can take it back to Medicine Pill Valley. However, I want to keep the purple origin furnace, so I asked Brother Ji to go back and ask the great emperors if it is okay. Jing reached out and took the jade slip before nodding. Brother Yang is a righteous man. I will report this matter to Honored Master. I believe Honored Master will not take back the purple origin furnace. Since someone has inherited third brother's legacy, he should be happy. Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. After a short pause, he asked curiously, in Senior's last words, he said that because he studied the human pill refining technique, he committed a taboo and was expelled from the sect by the great emperors. May I ask what Brother Ji's human pill refining technique is? Ji Ying's expression changed, and he asked seriously, Brother Yang, are you interested in this human pill refining technique? Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm just asking casually. Since it violated the great emperor's taboo, it must be something bad. Why would I be interested? Ji Ying's expression relaxed slightly as he pondered for a moment before saying, in fact, telling Brother Yang isn't a big deal. I believe that with Brother Yang's temperament, he won't study this human pill refining technique. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Ji Ying explained, Third Brother's human pill refining technique uses humans as a guide to refine spirit pills. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the better the spirit pills they can refine. What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. Using humans as a guide? Ji Ying sighed. That's right. Because of this, Honored Master was furious. If it weren't for eldest brother pleading for mercy, I'm afraid third brother would have been killed by Honored Master on the spot. After this Ji entered the sect, eldest brother once told me about third brother's matter, which served as a warning to me. Yang Kai said, although Senior Gong Suanmu took the wrong path, he repented in his later years. Unfortunately, he was too ashamed to face the great emperors and could only pass away in his cave mansion. Jing smiled bitterly. Everyone makes mistakes. While speaking, Ji Ying's disciple suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly, his face filled with excitement. Did you learn anything? Ji Ying looked at him with a smile. The eldest disciple quickly nodded, stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, saying respectfully, Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang. Ji Ying laughed. If you can become an alchemist emperor in the future, it will be all thanks to your martial uncle Yang. Don't forget his efforts. The eldest disciple said, Disciple will never forget. Yang Kai smiled and said, This is also his opportunity. There's no need to thank me. Rolling his eyes, he said, Now that your honored master has become my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist, why don't you also stay in the High Heaven Palace? The eldest disciple hesitated. He couldn't make this decision. Jing laughed and scolded, Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Do you want me to bring eldest brother, second brother, and fourth senior sister over? That would be for the best. Chapter 2740. I'm going to the frozen earth. It has been half a month since he competed with Ji Ying in alchemy. During these days, Yang Kai has been refining the golden armor heavenly book. Suddenly, Zhu Qing came to him and said this. Yang Kai said in surprise, that place is a forbidden area. Even if you are a dragon race, you may not be able to escape unscathed. What are you going to do there? You know. Yang Kai frowned and understood Zhu Qing's plan. The reason why she wanted to go to the frozen earth was to retrieve the bones of her people. When Li Jiao revealed the source of the dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing's expression was a little strange. The dragon race that fell in the frozen earth might have something to do with her. Didn't Li Jiao say that the bones have already turned to dust? It's useless for you to go. Yang Kai persuaded. Although he was annoyed by this girl and wanted her to stay as far away from him as possible, Yang Kai was still a little worried about going to a place like the frozen earth. There was already a dragon race that fell there. If Zhu Qing went, she might follow in the footsteps of her ancestors. There is one more thing there. Zhu Qing said. What is it? Zhu Qing pondered for a moment and said truthfully, the source of my dragon race. I need to go there to find the source of my people. Yang Kai understood. The source of the dragon race was the source of the Holy Spirit. It was impossible for it to disappear so easily. Even if the bones were turned to dust, the source must still be there. He nodded and said, then go, but be careful. The frozen earth is not a place you can casually enter. Zhu Qing looked at him quietly and said, are you going? Yang Kai immediately rolled his eyes and said, I'm not going. Can't you accompany me? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Yang Kai snorted, my strength is so low. If I go to the frozen earth, I'm afraid I will die. If I really go with you, I'm afraid I will implicate you. The key was that there were not many benefits. Why would he go to the frozen earth? Zhu Qing thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, you're right. I'm forcing you. Since that's the case, I'll go alone. He paused and said, but you have to stay here obediently. Don't run around. Yang Kai sneered, why should I stay here obediently? After you leave, I will immediately leave the northern territory. From now on, the sea is wide and the sky is wide and the sky is wide and the sky is wide and the birds are free to fly. Zhu Qing's face suddenly darkened. She immediately said, then I won't go. Compared to the source energy of his clansmen, Yang Kai's matter was more important. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he wished he could slap himself. He hurriedly said, I'm just joking. Don't worry, I'll stay in the High Heaven Palace and wait for your return. You're not lying to me? Zhu Qing stared into Yang Kai's eyes. It was as if she wanted to look into his heart. What good is there in lying to you? There are a lot of things to do in the sect. This palace master is busy every day, so I don't have time to run around. Yang Kai replied seriously. That's good. Zhu Qing nodded, relieved. She suddenly said, that's right. I have a secret technique here. You can try cultivating it. It's much better than the one you had before. Secret technique? What kind of secret technique? Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing took out a jade slip and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His eyes instantly widened. Dragon transformation. Zhu Qing said, I saw you use a secret technique similar to dragon transformation before, but that secret technique seems to be very low level and can't compare to this one. If you can cultivate this secret technique, it can increase your combat strength by at least 20%. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said with joy, really? Zhu Qing smiled and said, do you think I like to lie like you? Yang Kai's face flushed red. He changed the topic and said, why does your dragon island have such a secret technique? Dragon race cultivators only needed to activate their power source to transform into a true dragon. What use would this dragon transformation secret technique have for them? Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Dragon race isn't the only race on Dragon Island. There are some other races. Zhu Qing said leisurely, you'll know when you reach Dragon Island one day. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Kai waved his hand and delightedly studied the dragon transformation secret technique recorded in the jade slip. If what Zhu Qing said was true, then his combat strength would soar by a lot once he successfully cultivated this secret technique. Take your time cultivating. I'm leaving, Zhu Qing said and turned around to leave. Don't die there. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhu Qing's back with a solemn expression. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, opened the door, and walked out. She was quite proud of herself. With this dragon transformation secret technique, he should be able to delay it for 1 to 2 months. By then, she would have already returned from the frozen earth. Outside the mountain gate, Zhu Qing turned into a streak of light and flew toward the extreme north. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. She vaguely felt that someone was staring at her. She looked around and saw no one. She shook her head and left at an even faster speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sigh. In the side room, Yang Kai sighed. He felt quite apologetic. Zhu Qing wanted him to accompany her on a trip to the frozen earth. He didn't agree. Firstly, the frozen earth was too dangerous. Secondly, he wanted Zhu Qing to give up on this idea. Who would have thought that she would still go? So stubborn. It's best if she dies there. Yang Kai snorted coldly. He was in a bad mood. However, this frustration was quickly swept away, and he focused on studying the dragonification secret technique in his hand. The dragon transformation secret technique he had before was taught to him by Qiyu on the Monster Star and Monster Star in the Hongluo star field. When his strength was not high, this secret technique was quite impressive. Once used, his combat strength would soar, but now that his strength had increased, this secret technique was not very useful. Looking at the dragon transformation secret technique Zhu Qing had given him, it was indeed profound and could fully exploit the dragon race source strength and the potential of the dragon artifacts refined in his body. Comparing the two secret techniques, the dragon transformation secret technique was indeed a low-level one. The more Yang Kai looked at it, the more delighted he became. He was completely focused on it. He had originally planned to wait for Zhu Qing to leave before running away, but he had completely forgotten about it. Time flew by, and another half a month passed. Inside his room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A resounding dragon roar rang out as a huge golden divine dragon phantom flashed behind him and entered Yang Kai's body, instantly resonating with the several dragon artifacts refined in his body. With a series of crackling sounds, the sound of bones cracking rang out as Yang Kai showed an extremely pained look on his face. His figure, which was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly grew more than a meter taller. Kacha. Both of his hands transformed into huge dragon claws. These dragon claws were even more realistic than the previous dragon claws. The tips of the claws were as sharp as the sharpest of blades, flashing with a cold light. At the same time, dragon scales covered in veined patterns appeared on Yang Kai's chest, spreading all the way to his waist. These dragon scales were not formed from energy, but rather from the source strength of the dragon race. They were not inferior to real dragon scales in the slightest. Looking at them with the naked eye, they were no different from real dragon scales. Yang Kai's head and tailbone were slightly different. Yang Kai reached out and touched his head, his eyes suddenly widening because he found that there were small bulges on both sides of his body, as if something was about to be born from them. Dragon horns? Yang Kai recalled the first time he met Zhu Qing, when she stimulated the source strength of the dragon race, and immediately understood. The small bulges on both sides of his head should be dragon horns. It was just that his cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique had not reached a high enough level, so it looked so out of place. Touching his back again, Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. It could not be helped, as a small dragon tail had appeared behind his buttocks. How can I meet people like this? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai slowly stood up and found that he was more than twice as tall as before. He was not short to begin with, but he was not an extremely tall person either. However, with his current height, it was likely that only some talented people could compare with him. Anyone who stood in front of him could only look up to him. Gently clenching his fist, Yang Kai felt that his hand was full of power, as if it could explode at any time. This feeling of strength made Yang Kai extremely happy. Gently waving his hand, the air in front of him rippled and turned into a mirror. Yang Kai looked at his reflection in the mirror and could not help drawing a sharp breath. How could such an appearance be described by the word fiendish? Not to mention the drastic change in his appearance, his entire body exuded an extremely ferocious aura. If a timid person saw this appearance, they would likely immediately flee. In particular, his eyes had turned golden, just like when he had used the demon eye of annihilation before. They were filled with a sense of majesty, and even those who were familiar with him would be frightened by them. Kaiyang couldn't help but laugh out loud, very satisfied with his current appearance. This was the dragon transformation secret technique that he had not cultivated to a high enough level. If he really comprehended the dragon transformation secret technique given to him by Zhu Qing, the changes in his body would be even more powerful, or at the very least, he would become taller. Sure enough, this secret technique was incomparable to the previous dragon transformation secret technique. Palace Master, Palace Master. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's voice came from outside. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and stepped out, his big feet making a loud thudding sound as he stepped on the ground, like the beating of a war drum. The moment he opened the door, Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly, her beautiful face turning pale as she shouted, "What kind of monster is this?" As soon as she spat out the first word, she had already summoned the five-colored spear. Under the stimulation of her Emperor Qi, this Emperor artifact suddenly turned into a five-colored shadow and blasted towards Yang Kai. Instinctively, Hua Qingxi felt that this monster was not to be trifled with, so she used her strongest move as soon as she attacked. Yang Kai grinned hideously and stretched out his dragon claws to grab forward. Under this claw, the five-colored shadow was shattered and the five-colored spear was pinched in his hand, unable to move. With her Emperor artifact suppressed, Hua Qingxi was horrified and desperately urged her soul, trying to take back her Emperor artifact. A buzzing sound could be heard as the five-colored spear trembled in Yang Kai's hand, but it could not break free from Yang Kai's grip. Heh, your palace master has been killed by this king. This king will destroy your high heaven palace and let you die without a burial place. Yang Kai cackled. The panic on Hua Qingxi's face suddenly disappeared and she looked Yang Kai up and down, frowning. "Palace Master, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Chapter 2741. You recognize me? Yang Kai scratched his cheek, feeling a little frustrated that his prank had failed. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes and said, "It happened so suddenly that I didn't expect it. But if you look carefully, there are still some traces of the past." Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had spoken, Hua Qingxi immediately recognized him. Returning the five-colored spear to her, Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "Isn't it handsome?" Hua Qingxi said, "A little fierce." "Fierce is good," Yang Kai laughed. "What kind of secret technique is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Hua Qingxi asked curiously. This young master has been in seclusion recently, concentrating on cultivating and occasionally learning something. Yang Kai shook his head. Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, "It's obvious that Zhu Qing taught you. Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and returned to his original appearance, but his clothes had become extremely ragged. His body had suddenly doubled in size, so his clothes were naturally torn apart. Hua Qingxi handed over 2 space rings and said, "The source crystals for the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect have been delivered." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Keep them for yourself. If the sect needs anything in the future, we'll get it from you." Hua Qingxi was now the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace. Although Yang Kai had given her a lot of source crystals last time, it was not a lot. With these 2 billion high-rank source crystals as a foundation, the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about cultivation resources for at least the next 20 years. "That's fine." Hua Qingxi nodded and put away the rings again. "Also, Grandmaster Ji is here and wants to see you." "Oh, Brother Ji is back so soon?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he thought for a moment before saying, "I'll change my clothes. Tell him to wait for a while." "All right." Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai returned to his room and changed into a new set of clothes. He wondered if it was time to buy a set of treasured armor. It didn't need to be too good, as long as it could protect him from damage after his body expanded. Treasured armors generally had an extremely strong ability to stretch and shrink. It was extremely tough, and ordinary clothes couldn't compare to it. In the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Jing sat on a chair and glanced outside from time to time. He seemed a little anxious. Hua Qingxi accompanied her. After a short while, a figure rushed in from the outside, revealing Yang Kai's figure. "Brother Yang." Ji Ying hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Ji came so quickly. Are you ready to stay in my high heaven palace and refine pills?" Ji Ying smiled bitterly and said, "I'm ashamed. This matter will probably have to be postponed." Yang Kai's heart sank. He said, "Could it be that the great emperors?" Ji Ying shook his head and said, "Honored master didn't say much about this matter. He was quite interested in you and asked me to tell you that if you have time, he hopes that you can make a trip to Medicine Pill Valley." "The great emperors want to see me?" Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Ji Ying smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Honored master just thinks that you can win against me in alchemy. Your alchemy skills are exquisite, and he wants to exchange some insights with you." These words were too modest. The wondrous pill great emperors were existences that surpassed alchemy masters. No matter how good Yang Kai's alchemy skills were, what could he possibly exchange with him? It was obvious that the wondrous pill great emperors wanted to give Yang Kai some pointers. That was why he said it so tactfully. Yang Kai was filled with awe. Although he had never met the wondrous pill great emperors, Yang Kai felt that this great emperors was approachable. Of course, this was also because Yang Kai had the ability. Otherwise, not just anyone could meet the great emperors. This Yang is deeply grateful for the great emperor's generosity. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ji Ying smiled and said, "Honored master said that since you were fated to obtain the purple origin furnace, it is yours. Thank the great emperors for me." Yang Kai nodded. This ending was within his expectations. Although the purple origin furnace was an emperor-grade pill furnace, the wondrous pill great emperors naturally wouldn't snatch it away. Ji Ying's expression became solemn as he said, "This Ji has come this time. On honored master's orders, I have a presumptuous request." Yang Kai said, "Since it's an order from the great emperors, Brother Ji can speak freely." Ji Ying said, "Can I trouble Brother Yang to accompany me to retrieve the remains of my third brother and bury them in the Medicine Pill Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and nodded. Of course, Senior Gong Suanmu's last wish was to return to the Medicine Pill Valley. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he will definitely be able to smile in the underworld. Then, "Thank you, Brother Yang. I heard you say that my third brother died in the Southern Territory?" "Yes, the Yuan Furnace Mountain in the Southern Territory. I remember the place." "It's a long journey to the Southern Territory, so let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now?" Ji Ying inquired. "I just don't know if Brother Yang has anything else to deal with." Yang Kai laughed and said, "My high heaven palace doesn't even have many disciples now, so there's nothing to deal with. Since Brother Ji is in such a hurry, let's go." It just so happened that his original plan was to return to the Southern Territory, so it was on the way. As for Zhu Qing's instructions, he didn't take them seriously at all. He also didn't inform the three Monster Kings. Now that he could even kill a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, there weren't many people in this world who could threaten his life. Naturally, there was no need for the three Monster Kings to follow him. After leading Ji Ying to the space array, the 2,000 Leaves sect disciples guarding it immediately greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Palace Master. Did Manager Hua ask you to guard this place?" Yang Kai looked at the two and asked. The slightly older 1,000 Leaves sect disciple replied, "It was Manager Hua. Manager Hua has taken great care of us and has issued many tasks in 1,000 Leaves Peak. Junior brother and I were lucky enough to accept the task of guarding this space array and receive a reward every day." Yang Kai nodded. "If anything happens, immediately send a message to Manager Hua." Yes. Yang Kai was very satisfied with Hua Qingxi's arrangements. No matter what, this was still an important place for the sect. When Yang Kai arrived, he found that there wasn't even a single guard, so he mentioned this matter to Hua Qingxi. Sure enough, she had arranged for someone to come over. The 2,000 Leaves sect disciples didn't recognize Ji Ying, but if they knew that he was a disciple of the great emperors, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. "Brother Yang, where does this space array lead to?" Ji Ying stood on the space array and asked curiously as he watched Yang Kai insert source crystals into the groove. "Brother Ji will know in a moment." Yang Kai smiled slightly, his mysterious look making Ji Ying even more curious. "Brother Ji, stand still." Yang Kai suddenly urged Ji Ying. Ji Ying couldn't help but laugh. Although he was an alchemist, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master. What could a trivial transmission do to him? Unless it was some kind of ultra-long-distance transmission that crossed territory. Thinking of this, Ji Ying was startled. Before he could recover, his vision was filled with a white light, and a wave of dizziness filled his mind. When Ji Ying came back to his senses, he found Yang Kai standing to the side, looking at him with a smile. Ji Ying shook his head, still feeling a little dizzy, but his face was full of shock. A cross-realm transmission? It was impossible for an ordinary space array to bring him such negative effects. He had sat in a space array countless times, and no matter how far he was transmitted in the past, he wouldn't feel anything, but this time, he actually felt dizzy. It was easy to imagine how far the transmission distance was. Exactly. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Ji Ying was shocked. How can there be a space array in the High Heaven Palace? The High Heaven Palace originally belonged to the Seeking Passion sect, and he had been to the Seeking Passion sect many times. If there was a territory-crossing space array, it was impossible for him not to know about it. One had to know that a territory-crossing space array was an extremely rare existence. Looking at the entire star boundary, there were only a few, and all of them were controlled by the Great Emperor's sects. Even these few had been passed down from ancient times. In the current star boundary, no one could arrange a territory-crossing space array. Ji Ying was naturally shocked. Yang Kai didn't answer and just smiled. Let's go. Ji Ying followed beside Yang Kai, flying side by side with him. Looking around, he was shocked again. A small world? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Ji's eyes are sharp. This is indeed a small world. It was originally the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it has been commandeered by me. Ji Ying sighed. What a pity, what a pity. He didn't pity that this small world had been commandeered by Yang Kai, but rather that this small world's grade wasn't high enough. Although the world energy here was good, it wasn't at the level of a paradise. If the world energy here was denser, he could grow some rare spirit herbs and develop it into a medicine garden. Cultivating spirit herbs in such a small world was naturally extremely safe. As an alchemist emperor, Ji Ying's considerations were all based on his identity as an alchemist. A short while later, the two arrived in front of another space array, which was naturally the exit of this small world. After activating the array, Yang Kai and Ji Ying immediately appeared in the hinterland of Thousand Leaves sect. This was originally the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed more than a year ago, Yang Kai explained after glancing around at the ruined scene. Ji Ying nodded lightly and asked, Is this the Southern Territory? Since Yang Kai had used a territory-crossing space array, it would naturally bring him directly to the Southern Territory. That's right, Yang Kai nodded, then turned around and said, Please keep this space array a secret, Brother Ji. Ji Ying was startled for a moment before replying solemnly, Brother Yang, don't worry. This Ji isn't someone who likes to gossip. Yang Kai smiled. It's not that serious. If the great emperors ask, Brother Ji can explain it to them. Ji Ying said gratefully, Many thanks, Brother Yang. After all, he had originally estimated that it would take at least a year to travel from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. If he suddenly returned in just a few days, he really wouldn't know how to answer if his honored master asked. Yang Kai's words were clearly out of consideration for him. Let's go. I'll take you to Yuan Furnace Mountain, Yang Kai called out and took the lead. Yuan Furnace Mountain wasn't close to Thousand Leaves sect, so it would take at least 3 to 5 days for the two of them to fly there. However, both of them were in the Emperor realm, so they naturally didn't need to rest midway. Yang Kai remembered that Yuan Furnace Mountain was near Maplewood City, right next to Raging Fire Temple. Thinking back, Raging Fire Temple was an existence that Yang Kai couldn't afford to provoke because he was only an Origin King at that time, while Raging Fire Temple had a Dao Source Realm Master. But now, this trivial Raging Fire Temple wasn't even as thick as a strand of his leg. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Most of the existences that he used to look up to were now crawling at his feet. Chapter 2742. This is the Yuan Furnace Mountain? Ji Ying looked at the mountain peak that had almost completely collapsed and asked in astonishment. Not many traces of the Yuan Furnace Mountain of the past could be seen. Only dark red gravel remained, which was the result of the magma eruption.
Yes.
Yongkai nodded. Back then, I obtained Senior Gong's son Mu's inheritance from here. The original cave mansion was at the bottom of the mountain, but unfortunately, the earth fire surged below and magma erupted, destroying this place. Liu Yin had relied on the power of the earth fire to obtain strength comparable to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Back then, my strength was too low, so I couldn't properly bury Senior Gong's son Mu. I just buried him carelessly. Now that I think about it, I've let Senior down, Yongkai sighed. Brother Yang, don't worry about it. Third brother can return to Medicine Pill Valley now thanks to Brother Yang. He will definitely be grateful to you in the underworld. So why would he care about such trifles? Jiying comforted. Yongkai said, Senior's burial place is quite far from the surface. Let's clean it up first. Okay. The two immediately used their methods to quickly clean up the place. Both of them were from the Emperor realm. When they used their full strength, it was enough to move mountains and drain seas. In a short while, the remaining half of the Yuan Furnace Mountain had completely disappeared. Each of them found a location and dug deep into the ground. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to investigate carefully. They busied themselves for a whole day. It was not until a day later that Yongkai suddenly discovered something. He turned around and dug a hole to his left while sending a message to Ji Ying with his divine sense. After a while, Ji Ying also flew down the hole dug by Yongkai and landed beside him, asking, Did you find it? Check in that direction. Yongkai pointed in a direction. Ji Ying immediately urged his divine sense to investigate in that direction. After a while, his expression turned solemn as he nodded. It's really over there. He had clearly detected a skeleton buried in the ground over there. After confirming the location, things became easier. Yongkai held the myriad sword in his hand and pushed it slightly with his Emperor Qi. The hard stones were shaken into powder by a strange force as the two quickly passed through. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the place where Gong's son Mu was buried. Jiying walked forward and carefully removed the soil around the skeleton. A deep white skeleton was exposed in his field of vision. Third brother, junior brother Jiying, I've come under the orders of Master to bring you home. Jiying cupped his fists towards the skeleton with a solemn expression before walking forward. He took out a jade jar that he had already prepared and put it aside. Then, he squatted down, picked up Gong's son Mu's bones piece by piece, and placed them in the jade jar. Not long after cleaning up, Jiying sealed the jade jar and put it into his space ring. Now that this matter is settled, I need to quickly return to the Northern Territory to report to Master. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do? Jiying looked back at Yongkai and asked, There are still some things here. Yongkai replied, But it's not a big deal. I'll send Brother Ji back first. Jiying smiled and said, Since Brother Yang has something to do, I won't bother you. I remember the route, so this Ji can go back alone. Yongkai said, Although you remember the route, you can't activate the space array. What do you mean? Jiying was surprised. In this world, was there any space array that he couldn't activate? Yongkai didn't explain in detail and just said, I tampered with the territory crossing space array. Without me, no one can activate it. Is there such a thing? Jiying was shocked. He had tampered with a space crossing array. Even the great emperors didn't have this ability. How did Yongkai do it? What he didn't know was that the space crossing array was arranged by Yongkai himself. But take this thing. With it, you can activate it. Yongkai stretched out his hand and took out a token. Handing it to Jiying, it was the transmission token he had specially refined. It contained his brand of space principles. Jiying reached out and received it, solemnly saying, Brother Yang, rest assured. After I return to High Heaven Palace, I will definitely return this token to Manager Hua. Don't underestimate this token. This was a pass that allowed a person to travel directly from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory. It was an extremely precious thing, so Jiying naturally didn't dare to keep it for himself. Since Yongkai gave it to him, it showed that he trusted his character and valued him. Yongkai smiled and waved his hand. No need. Brother Ji is now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist and is qualified to have a transmission token. If you want to come to the Southern Territory in the future, it will be more convenient for you. Jing was moved. In that case, thank you, Brother Yang. Please rest assured, Brother Yang. I will go to the High Heaven Palace after dealing with Third Brother's matter. By the time Brother Yang returns to the High Heaven Palace, the dragon blood pill will have been refined. I would have forgotten about it if you didn't mention it. Yang Kai grinned. Then, I will have to trouble Brother Ji. Above you on Furnace Mountain, the two cupped their fists and bid farewell before parting ways. After Ji Ying's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai turned around and looked in a certain direction. Maplewood City. It seemed that he hadn't returned since the last time he left. Many years had passed since then. Strictly speaking, Maplewood City was Yang Kai's first stop in the Star Boundary. It was here that he made his first friend. Now, he wanted to return to Maplewood City. Firstly, he wanted to see the changes in this place, and secondly, he wanted to buy something. After using the dragon transformation secret technique, his body grew sharply and his clothes were torn, giving him the idea of buying an artifact armor. Moreover, he was almost out of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. These two things were the key to arranging space arrays. Without these two materials, Yang Kai couldn't cook without rice. Yang Kai's plan was to connect the Star Boundary's 4 major territories with space arrays across territory. When the time came, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would be able to go wherever they wanted. Not only would it be convenient for the disciples to go out and gain experience, but it would also be very cheap to purchase cultivation materials. The price of the same material in each major territory was different. Some materials were expensive in one large territory, but extremely cheap in another large territory. Many quick-witted cultivators would risk their lives to travel to various large territory to buy and sell, making a lot of money. It could be said that if Yang Kai's idea was realized, it would play an irreplaceable role in the future development of the High Heaven Palace. Pushing his body to the limit, Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had returned to his hometown in glory. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although Maplewood City wasn't his hometown, this feeling wasn't wrong. When he left, his strength wasn't very high. He was only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. Now, he was in the Emperor Realm, revered by everyone. The Yuan Furnace Mountain wasn't too far away from Maplewood City. Kong Si Ran only spent a few days bringing Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. Now that Yang Kai's strength had increased greatly, his speed was naturally incomparable to before. After traveling at full speed for half a day, he saw the outline of Maplewood City in the distance. Not far from Maplewood City, there was another city that wasn't inferior in size to Maplewood City. Spirit Lake Palace. Yang Kai suddenly remembered. This Spirit Lake Palace was born because of him. There was no Spirit Lake Palace outside Maplewood City, but one day, 18 spirit springs suddenly emerged from the ground. Spirit energy gushed out and directly formed a spirit energy lake. This matter alarmed all the top sects in the Southern Territory at that time. Even Star Soul Palace had a hand in it. However, no one would be able to monopolize such an item created by heaven and earth. In the end, after a discussion, several top sects in the Southern Territory took the lead to build a Spirit Lake Palace above the Spirit Lake. It was divided into several levels of cultivation rooms. Any cultivator in the Southern Territory could enter it to cultivate. Of course, they would have to pay a lot of source crystals, and the benefits would be divided among the top sects in the Southern Territory. Xiao Zhao's current weapon, the demonic war axe, was found by Yang Kai from the bottom of the Spirit Lake Palace. Back then, he had fought a fierce battle with the great demon Soul and narrowly escaped death. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace had now become a symbol of the Southern Territory. The rich world energy here attracted many cultivators. Such an excellent cultivation place was not easy to find. The Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms were not much worse than the cultivation rooms of top sects. It was the best choice for a cultivator to break through their shackles. Countless cultivators who were stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't make any progress for many years would spend a lot of money to enter the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate, just to make a breakthrough. After a few years, there were indeed some who succeeded, their strength increasing greatly, achieving meteoric success. However, there were even more who went bankrupt, not obtaining any gains. This was a huge gamble, gambling all one's assets. If one won, they could turn the tables around, but if one lost, they would fall into hell forever. Even so, every year, more and more cultivators came here, and the human-grade and earth-grade secret cultivation rooms were in short supply. If one wanted a secret cultivation room, they would have to wait in line. As for the top heaven-rank cultivation rooms, not just anyone was qualified to enter. If you wanted to enter a heaven-rank cultivation room, not only did you have to pay enough origin crystals, but you also needed someone to speak on your behalf. However, many disciples of the top sects in the Southern Territory would come to the Spirit Lake Palace's heaven-rank cultivation rooms to cultivate in seclusion. Every year, the Spirit Lake Palace's profits were calculated in the hundreds of millions. The existence of the Spirit Lake Palace not only attracted the attention of all cultivators in the Southern Territory, but also many cultivators from other territories. As the number of people increased, more and more buildings were built near the Spirit Lake Palace. In a few years, it had become a city. Not far away, Maplewood City also benefited greatly because of the existence of the Spirit Lake Palace. In the past, Maplewood City's world energy was thin, and the cultivators' cultivation progress was slow. The strongest was only City Lord Duan Yuan Shan, who was only at the second-order Dao Source Realm. Several Vice City Lords and the patriarchs of several families were only at the first-order Dao Source Realm level. But now, Maplewood City's world energy was very rich, not much worse than the first-rate cities in the Star Territory. The population had skyrocketed, and with a large population, it naturally became prosperous. Masters from the Emperor Realm were no longer rare in Maplewood City. Many people from the Emperor Realm stayed in Maplewood City all year round. It was unlike before, when the cultivator of Maplewood City could only rely on luck to see the power of the Emperor Realm. The Spirit Lake Palace was too small, and many people who couldn't find a place to live would come to Maplewood City temporarily. Anyway, the two cities weren't far from each other, so it was very convenient to travel. Chapter 2743. Yang Kai didn't know about the changes in Spirit Lake Palace and Maplewood City. At this moment, he was curiously looking at the two twin cities in front of him. His gaze was filled with amazement because he found that no matter which city he looked at, there was a tide of people in it. Even though he was still thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still feel the prosperity of these two cities. It seems that Maplewood City has really changed. I wonder how the Qin family is doing now. Back then, the Qin family was considered a big family in Maplewood City, and they even had a Dao Source Realm Master. However, in the current situation, a Dao Source Realm Master was clearly nothing. His myriad sword was a possession of the Qin family, and he had already made an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return the myriad sword when Qin Yu broke through to the Emperor Realm. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array that was taught to the disciples of Iceheart Valley was also a secret of the Qin family. It could be said that although he didn't receive much direct help from the Qin family, he owed the Qin family a lot of favors. Now that he was back in Maplewood City, the Qin family naturally had to take a look. That's right, Ruashi's family also had to be visited. Since he had returned to the Southern Territory, he also had to pay a visit to Azure Sun Temple. After all, he was an in-name disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had a core disciple token. He was still worried about Senior Tianyan. Now that he had found the flesh incarnation fruit, he only needed to find a few supplementary herbs to refine the flesh incarnation pill. At that time, he would be able to get Tianyan out of the Divine Ascension Mirror and have him form a physical body. Tianyan was in existence on the level of great emperors. Once he formed a physical body and could walk the star boundary, the High Heaven Palace would have a great backer in the future. Just as Yang Kai was planning his trip, a stream of light suddenly shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Following this stream of light was a ball of light, within which several figures could be vaguely seen. From the looks of it, they seemed to be chasing after someone. However, the stream of light in front was alone, while there were many people behind it, all of them emitting Dao Source Realm auras. Yang Kai didn't think much of it. In the star boundary, this kind of thing was not uncommon. Perhaps it was due to greed or grudges. The number of people killed every day was uncountable. Even Yang Kai himself had lost count of how many times he had been hunted down during his growth, and each time he had narrowly escaped death. The fleeing light seemed to be in a panic, flying straight in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. Yang Kai didn't know if the other party had discovered him and wanted to divert the trouble away from him, but he didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. He didn't change his direction and went straight towards the streak of light. There was no need for him to retreat from a few Dao source realms. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was 100 feet away from the streak of light. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the figure hidden in the stream of light was actually curvaceous. It was obviously a woman, and he looked at her face again. Suddenly, he let out a cry of surprise and stopped abruptly. The woman in front obviously also noticed Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at first, followed by surprise. Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "It's really a small world. Protector Bien, I trust you have been well since we last met." This woman turned out to be an old acquaintance of his, Bien Yuqing, the protector of Blue Feather Sect. When he and Lu Xianyun first came to the star boundary, they were captured by Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Later, they joined Bien Yuqing. They stayed in Blue Feather Sect for a while until Wu Mengchuan, the descendant of the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, broke free and started a massacre. Bien Yuqing went out to do something. She escaped from Wu Mengchuan's vicious hands and later joined him. Later, the two met in the Four Seasons realm. Thinking about it this way, the reason why Wu Mengchuan could enter the Shattered Star Sea should be because Bien Yuqing obtained a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. She took Ko Wu to the Four Seasons realm at that time because she was ordered by Wu Mengchuan to search for a star seal. Unfortunately, Wu Mengchuan failed in his evil deeds in the Shattered Star Sea and was killed by Yang Kai instead, allowing Xiao Xiao to cultivate the complete heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method and greatly increase his strength. All kinds of karma seem to have been predestined from the first day Yang Kai entered Blue Feather Sect. These thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but Bien Yuqing had already rushed to Yang Kai's side and gritted her teeth. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai grinned. "Protector Bien seems to be very disappointed to see me." Bien Yuqing said, "I wanted to divert the trouble, but you. This is not the place to talk. We need to leave first." She actually readily admitted the purpose of flying here, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. While speaking, she brushed past Yang Kai. But after flying for a while, she did not see Yang Kai move, so she hurriedly stopped and said anxiously, "Run, what are you doing?" Yang Kai remained motionless as he stared at the sword wound on Bien Yuqing's abdomen and frowned. "What kind of grudge do you have with those people? They want to kill you. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You still have the mood to ask me this now?" Bien Yuqing was anxious. She was already at a disadvantage, and now Yang Kai was standing still. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. She knew that Yang Kai was a cultivator from the territory of the lower planets. He was talented and his cultivation speed was not slow, but it had only been a few years. She felt that Yang Kai could not cultivate to a higher level than her. She was not a match for those people, so how could Yang Kai defeat them? While speaking, the light behind them was already close to 3 miles away, and a person's shout came from it, "Bitch, leave, hand over the token, and I will spare your life." "Token? What token? Did you rob them?" Yang Kai frowned. If this was the case, then Bien Yuqing was asking for trouble. "Who robbed them?" "They wanted to rob me." Bien Yuqing quickly said, "Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will not care about you. They will definitely kill you to silence you." Although her tone was harsh, it was more or less for Yang Kai's sake, which changed Yang Kai's impression of her. Speaking of which, there was no grievance between him and Bien Yuqing. When he was in Blue Feather Sect, he had once caused trouble, and it was Bien Yuqing who spoke up for him. In the end, he was punished and sent to the ice cliff to repent. "If you want to leave, then leave." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I don't care about you." Bien Yuqing turned her head and quickly flew forward. However, after flying a short distance, she suddenly turned around and landed beside Yang Kai again. "You don't want to leave?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Bien Yuqing's face was sullen as she said angrily, "This time I will die because of you. I really don't know what you were thinking." Yang Kai said curiously, "Protector Bien, you want to live and die with me? That's fine. Let's be lovers in the underworld." Scram. Bien Yuqing glared at him, her expression turning cold as she said, "Later, help me restrain him. I want to kill him." "What kind of grudge?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Kou died at his hands. Bian Yuqing's voice was icy cold as she clenched her fists tightly. Kou died? Yang Kai was shocked and his face sank. Although he and Lu Xianyuan were captured by Kou and taken to Blue Feather Sect, Kou still took care of them as their brother. When they met in the Four Seasons realm, Kou was also with Bian Yuqing, but now he was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. On the path of the martial Dao, the slightest mistake could lead to one's death. He helped me by some time. Bian Yuqing took a deep breath and quickly said, "If you still care about your relationship with your sect, help me this time." Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Bian Yuqing then said, "Those people are from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. You can't fight them. If the situation doesn't look good, just leave first. Don't worry about me." Yang Kai looked at her, truly understanding her for the first time. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, "Don't look at me like that. Blue Feather Sect is gone. Kou and I relied on each other for survival. Now that he is dead, I should avenge him." "You will get what you want," Yang Kai nodded gently. "I hope so." Bian Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a cold light flashed as a bracelet-like artifact appeared in her palm. While the two were talking, the stream of light had flown close and the light faded, revealing the figures of 3 people. All 3 of them were from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and judging from the clothes they were wearing, they seemed to be from the same sect, but Yang Kai couldn't recognize which sect this cultivator belonged to. It was a beardless man, about 40 years old, holding a sharp sword that was still stained with blood. When Bian Yuqing saw this blood, her eyes instantly turned red. She knew that this was definitely Kou's blood. "Slut, don't try to run again." The middle-aged man pointed his sword and shouted, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Bian Yuqing grit her teeth and didn't say a word. The middle-aged man said, "Hand over the token and I'll spare your life." "Did you kill my disciple?" Bian Yuqing shouted. Chapter 2744. One had to know that Maplewood City and Spirit Lake City were currently filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Any random person could have a huge influence behind them, and they could end up kicking a stone slab. For someone like Bian Yuqing, even if she found helpers, their strength wouldn't be too high, and Yang Kai was still young, so it was difficult not to underestimate him. "Junior brothers, kill this boy, then come help your brother. If you can snatch the token today, you can easily break through to the Emperor realm in the future." The middle-aged man pointed at Yang Kai and ordered the other 2. The 2 Third Order Dao Source Realm junior brothers nodded slightly, their eyes flashing fiercely as they moved to flank Yang Kai from both sides. "Yang Kai, be careful," Bian Yuqing warned. When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "You still have time to worry about your little mistress? Worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed and he pounced towards Bian Yuqing, the long sword in his hand emitting a dazzling sword chi. At this moment, 2 screams suddenly rang out at the same time. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, his eyes widening. He saw that the chests of his 2 junior brothers, who were originally rushing towards Yang Kai, had a large hole in them. Through the hole, one could actually see the scene on the other side of their bodies. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels, which were still squirming in their bodies, could be clearly seen. What's going on? The middle-aged man's mind suddenly became a little confused. His 2 junior brothers were fine just a moment ago. So how did they become like this in the blink of an eye? That terrifying wound was on their chest, and even their hearts had disappeared. In other words, his 2 junior brothers had no chance of surviving. They were definitely dead. They were Third Order Dao Source Realm junior brothers, and even if they weren't as strong as him, they weren't far off. How could they be killed so easily? Who did it? The middle-aged man's first reaction was that there was an expert hiding nearby. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he stopped pouncing on Bian Yuqing, and the dazzling sword light on his long sword was annihilated. Bian Yuqing was also stunned. She had intended to kill this middle-aged man and avenge Kou even if she had to die here today. As long as Yang Kai could delay the 2 of them for a while, she was absolutely confident. Although she had never been able to break through to the Emperor realm, she had been immersed in the Third Order Dao Source realm for so many years, so she was definitely a top-notch existence at this level. But now, the two opponents who were supposed to be pinned down by Yang Kai were actually seriously injured, and it seemed that they would die soon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could keep up with it. A shocking aura suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. He reached out his hand and clenched it. The two junior brothers exploded into a mist of blood, not leaving behind a corpse. With a ding-dong, two space rings fell to the ground. Although the sound was soft, it was like a morning bell that shook everyone's eardrums, bringing them back from their shock. The Emperor Realm. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he almost bit his tongue. This helper who suddenly appeared was actually from the Emperor Realm, and he was definitely not from the Emperor Realm. Even if he was a first-order Emperor Realm master, it would be impossible for him to kill his two junior brothers in an instant. This young man was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm master, or even a third-order Emperor Realm master. Thinking so, the middle-aged man panicked and was horrified. I really kicked an iron plate. He couldn't help but want to cry, because he had carefully investigated Bian Yuqing's background before. She was from a sect called Blue Feather Sect, and after the disappearance of the sect master, the sect's morale dropped and it disbanded not long after. And this Bian Yuqing didn't seem to know the Emperor Realm at all. How did such a terrifying helper suddenly appear? With fear in his heart, he didn't dare to attack Bian Yuqing again. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to save his life. That young man could easily kill his two junior brothers, so killing him would probably be as easy as breathing. Yang Kai, you? Bian Yuqing was completely dumbfounded. She never expected this. In just a few years, Yang Kai had grown to the level of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm. She had been searching for many years but had never been able to reach it, but Yang Kai had easily reached it. Was this still the same boy who had just entered the Blue Feather Sect and needed her to take care of him? Was a cultivator from the territory of a lower plane so terrifying? For a moment, Bian Yuqing found Yang Kai to be so unfamiliar. Protector Bian, didn't you want to avenge Ko Wu? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing solemnly and shouted in a low voice, If you don't do it now, when will you? Waking up from her daze, Bian Yuqing's expression became solemn. Pushing her source chi, the bracelet she had been holding in her hand suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light and suddenly grew in size, as thick as a person's waist. She formed a seal with her hand and threw the enlarged jade bracelet towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still a little flustered. He didn't have time to react to Bian Yuqing's sudden attack. By the time he pushed his source chi and hurriedly raised his long sword in front of him to block, the enlarged bracelet had already arrived. A loud bang rang out. The bracelet seemed to have the strength of 1,000 kilograms as it smashed into the long sword, bending the Dao Source grade long sword. The remaining force passed through the long sword and slammed into the middle-aged man's chest, directly shattering his protective source chi. The middle-aged man's expression changed, as if he didn't expect Bian Yuqing to attack so quickly. He had fought Bian Yuqing with his two junior brothers before, but at that time, they were bullying her with numbers, so he didn't think much of Bian Yuqing. Now that he was fighting her alone, he finally understood the terror of this beautiful woman. What's more, there was still the Emperor Realm eyeing him covetously, so he couldn't use his full strength in this situation. I'm not her opponent. Before he could think of this, the bracelet that had hit him suddenly bounced back, gathered its strength, and whistled towards him again. The middle-aged man had suffered a loss from this artifact before, so how could he not be afraid now that he saw it again? He hurriedly swatted away his long sword and used a set of sword arts to protect himself. But one step too slow, every step too slow. When Bian Yuqing attacked earlier, his reaction was a beat too slow. At this moment, he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of her crazy attacks. He collided with the artifact again and again. His hand went numb, and his long sword almost slipped out of his hand several times. It was an extraordinary sword technique, but it was full of flaws. Bian Yuqing saw an opportunity and pounced forward. Wind and clouds gathered in her palms, containing extremely terrifying destructive power, as she slammed her palm towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard. On one hand, he had to worry about Yang Kai's attack, and on the other hand, he had to guard against the fierce attacks of the bracelet. At this moment, he couldn't do two things at the same time. He barely managed to send out a sword light towards Bian Yuqing, but it wasn't powerful enough and was easily neutralized by Bian Yuqing. Her palm struck the middle-aged man's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only at this critical moment that the middle-aged man managed to shift his body slightly, avoiding a vital point. Otherwise, this blow alone would have been enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Even so, at this moment, he wasn't in a good state. As he flew backwards, the bracelet artifact followed him like a shadow, smashing down on him again and again. The slightest mistake would have cost him his life. Greatly shocked, the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted, "Master, this lowly one had eyes but failed to see. Please show mercy and spare this lowly one's life. Broken Mountain sect will definitely reward you handsomely." The middle-aged man was smart enough to know that his life depended on Yang Kai's whims. Although Yang Kai hadn't interfered in his battle with Bian Yuqing, if he could convince Yang Kai to spare his life, he believed Bian Yuqing definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. On top of that, the middle-aged man deliberately pointed out his background in an attempt to make Yang Kai feel apprehensive. After all, Broken Mountain sect had a master from the Emperor realm. How could the middle-aged man know that Yang Kai didn't even know what Broken Mountain sect was? The southern territory was vast and had countless sects, so how could Yang Kai possibly know all the sects in the entire southern territory? However, even if Yang Kai knew about Broken Mountain sect, he probably wouldn't put it in his eyes. The sects he had come into contact with so far were all top sects in the southern territory, and even the sect masters of those sects didn't dare speak loudly in front of him. Even Li Jiao and Mi Tian had been swindled by him, so what did a trivial Broken Mountain sect count for? Yang Kai grinned. "The one who wants to kill you isn't this king. So what's the use of pleading with this king?" When the middle-aged man heard this, his face filled with despair. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't let him off, he could only turn to Bian Yuqing and say, "Elder sister, one of your disciples is dead, and my 2 junior brothers are also dead. How about we stop here? This one will make amends and apologize to you." In your dreams, Bian Yuqing clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes turning red as if she had gone mad. The source qi in her body poured out like a tide, as if she was determined to kill this middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was furious. "I'll kill you." Saying so, he pushed his source qi to the limit and placed the long sword in front of his nose. Wiping the sword with his finger, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood essence. The sword suddenly buzzed, as if it would soar into the sky at any moment, filling the air with an extremely sharp sword intent. Protector Bian should be careful. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly reminded her, but he had no intention of intervening. Yang Kai could easily kill this middle-aged man, but when it came to revenge, he still needed to do it himself. In fact, there was no need for Yang Kai to remind her. Bian Yuqing also knew that this middle-aged man was going to go all out. With a solemn expression, she clapped her hands together and shouted, "Split!" As soon as she said so, the bracelet artifact suddenly split into 2, then 4, then 8, in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with bracelets that had grown in size. They bombarded the middle-aged man from all directions, each of them extremely lifelike, as if they were real and filled with an extremely strong aura. However, in Yang Kai's eyes, only one of these bracelets was real, while the others were all illusions. This artifact was quite good, but of course, it was only at the level of Dao Source Grade. When the middle-aged man saw this change, his eyes became chaotic and he was quite at a loss, but soon he calmed his mind and said fiercely, "Even if I die, don't think you'll have an easy time." With a flash of sword light, man and sword merged into one, turning into a stream of light that passed through the layers of bracelets and attacked Bian Yuqing. Chapter 2745. Facing this thunderous strike, Bian Yuqing didn't even try to dodge and instead met it head-on. At the same time, under the control of her will, the bracelet phantoms in the sky smashed towards the middle-aged man. As the bracelet phantoms smashed down, the middle-aged man remained unscathed. On the contrary, the bracelet phantoms shattered. After all, they were only phantoms and didn't have much lethality. The distance between the two suddenly closed, and it seemed that they were about to clash head-on. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy as he thrust his sword forward. With a swish, Bien Yuqing's body trembled as the sword directly pierced through her chest. Enduring the piercing pain, Bien Yuqing's face twisted as she shouted, "Die!" As soon as her words fell, a bracelet smashed into the middle-aged man's head. With a crash, like a watermelon being smashed open, red and white splashed into the void. The headless corpse swayed twice before suddenly falling from the air. Bien Yuqing's body also trembled as she clutched her chest where she had been stabbed, staggered a few steps, and spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. A gentle breeze blew as Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and supported her with one hand, frowning as he said, "You could have worn him down. Why did you have to be so fierce?" In the situation just now, Bien Yuqing definitely had the upper hand, and with him on the side, as long as she spent a little more time, she could have paid a small price and even killed her opponent without suffering any injuries. However, what Yang Kai didn't expect was that she would choose to fight in such a way that both sides would suffer. Although the middle-aged man had been killed, she had also been stabbed in the chest, an injury that could have been described as dangerous. If she had been the slightest bit careless, she would have died first. Bien Yuqing wiped the corners of her mouth and laughed at herself. "You men aren't the only ones with a sense of bravery." Yang Kai fell silent. Bien Yuqing probably felt guilty towards Ko Wu, so she would rather take the risk of being injured to kill him as soon as possible. This was indeed a kind of bravery. "Are you happy now?" Yang Kai asked. Bien Yuqing shook her head. She didn't feel the slightest joy of revenge. Instead, she looked extremely lonely. With Blue Feather Sect gone, she had been relying on Ko Wu for survival. But now that even Ko Wu had died, leaving her all alone, she suddenly felt confused about the future. Healing is more important. Yang Kai glanced at the long sword that had pierced through his chest. He frowned slightly. If she hadn't shifted her body at the critical moment, this sword would have really taken her life. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't save her, but that Yang Kai knew that he wouldn't be able to kill her, so he stood by and watched. If this injury is not treated in time, there might be hidden dangers. Bien Yuqing shook her head again and said, "Let's clean up Ko Wu's body first. There are many wild beasts outside." Yang Kai sighed. "Where?" "Over there." Bien Yuqing pointed in a direction. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her, but just as he was about to leave, Bien Yuqing suddenly said, "They're rings." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned several streams of light from below. The 3 space rings, as well as the artifacts of the other 2, were taken. Although the wealth of these Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't enough for Yang Kai, it was still a great fortune for Bien Yuqing, so naturally he couldn't let it go so easily. After tossing it to Bien Yuqing, Yang Kai set off. A short time later, they arrived at their destination. On the ground, there was a corpse lying on its back. If it wasn't Ko Wu, who else could it be? However, as the middle-aged man had said before, Ko Wu had left very quickly. The fatal blow to his chest should not have caused him any pain. Bien Yuqing's eyes were a little red as she sniffled, holding back her tears as she broke away from Yang Kai's embrace and flew down. Landing on the ground, she was silent for a moment before faintly muttering, "Following me won't bring you any wealth. Find a better place in your next life." Tears finally couldn't help falling down her cheeks as she bent down. Carefully collecting Ko Wu's body, Yang Kai placed it into his space ring. Yang Kai watched silently, not saying anything. Finally, Bien Yuqing finished collecting her things and flew up. Yang Kai took her to a nearby mountain peak. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found a cave and entered it. Yang Kai then took out a few spirit pills and said, "Open your mouth." Bien Yuqing obeyed and opened her mouth. Yang Kai flicked his finger. Yang Kai flicked the spirit pills into Bien Yuqing's mouth. Before she could react, though, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt of the long sword stabbed into her chest and pulled it out with lightning speed. Bien Yuqing's body stiffened for a moment before she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai, however, used his fingers like a sword and pressed a few points on her body to stop the blood from flowing out. He then stood up and said, "Refine the spirit pills yourself, there won't be any problems." Turning around, he left the cave. Those healing spirit pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, one of which was an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Bien Yuqing's injuries weren't serious to begin with, So with her third-order Tao source realm cultivation and his own spirit pills, it wouldn't take long for her to fully recover. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave with his hands clasped behind his back, heard the sound of footsteps. Turning around, he saw Bian Yuqing walking out in a clean set of clothes. Their eyes met, and Bian Yuqing's expression became slightly complicated as she softly said, "Thank you." The little brat she used to look down on in the past had grown to the point where she needed to look up to him. This change made Bian Yuqing a little overwhelmed, so naturally, she no longer acted as casually as before and instead became a little cautious. "It's just a small matter," Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Perhaps I am somewhat responsible for what happened to you." Bian Yuqing was puzzled. "What does it have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. "I killed Wu Mingchuan." "What?" Bian Yuqing was shocked, almost unable to believe her ears, but she also understood that with Yang Kai's current status and strength, there was no need for him to lie to her about this. Since he said so, then Wu Mingchuan really died at his hands. The decline of Blue Feather sect had a lot to do with Wu Mingchuan's disappearance. The sect master was gone, and the original protectors were all killed by Wu Mingchuan, leaving only Bian Yuqing. Naturally, she couldn't do much on her own, so it wasn't long before Blue Feather sect disbanded and the disciples went their separate ways. Others didn't know why Wu Mingchuan disappeared, but Bian Yuqing knew that he disappeared after going to the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the star seal used to go to the Shattered Star Sea was obtained by her and Ko Wu from the Four Seasons realm. However, Wu Mingchuan died at the hands of Yang Kai, a descendant of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. According to what Bian Yuqing knew, Wu Mingchuan also had an emperor artifact from the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Yang Kai must have been a Tao source realm cultivator when he entered the Shattered Star Sea, but he had the ability to kill Wu Mingchuan. "It seems that you don't want to avenge him," Yang Kai observed her expression and smiled slightly. After he said that he killed Wu Mingchuan, although Bian Yuqing was shocked, she didn't show any other emotional changes. "Why would I avenge him?" Bian Yuqing sneered. "If he didn't need someone to manage the Blue Feather sect for him, I would have been killed after he escaped. I have no objection to you killing him." "It's good that you don't have any objections." Yang Kai nodded gently and suddenly said, "By the way, when those three were chasing you, they mentioned something about a token. What was that?" Bian Yuqing was silent for a moment, but still took out a palm-sized cyan jade pendant from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is it." Yang Kai took it and looked at it, but found that this jade pendant was carved from cyan jade, and there was nothing special about it. Cyan jade was a kind of jade mineral. It wasn't very precious and could be found in many places. It might be useful in refining some low-level artifacts, so why would such a token cause a Tao Source Realm cultivator to chase after it? Turning to the back, Yang Kai saw a few numbers engraved on it. 392. What's the use of this? Yang Kai looked at Bian Yuqing suspiciously. "This is the Spirit Lake Palace token. With it, you can go to the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate." Bian Yuqing explained, "You haven't been here for many years, so you probably don't know how lively the Spirit Lake Palace is today. Every year, countless people line up to enter the heaven, earth, and human secret cultivation areas. I spent all my assets to exchange for this token from the Spirit Lake Palace, but I have to wait 2 months before it's my turn to cultivate there." Yang Kai's face went black as he asked in surprise, 2 months? So many people are lining up? Bian Yuqing said, "Then do you know how long it's been since I exchanged for this token?" "How long?" "Half a year." Bian Yuqing said, "I exchanged for this token half a year ago, but I have to wait 8 months before it's my turn. There are countless others who have to wait 1 or 2 months." "Wow." Yang Kai was amazed. "Is the Spirit Lake Palace so popular?" Bian Yuqing laughed. "The world energy in the Spirit Lake Palace is rich. Even the lowest human secret cultivation area is not comparable to the places occupied by small sects. People like us who want to break through naturally rush to the Spirit Lake Palace, but without connections, we can only wait in line." Yang Kai said, "Is it because of this that those 3 wanted to snatch your token?" Bian Yuqing said, "Of course, don't underestimate the value of this token. Once the Spirit Lake Palace issues a token, it only recognizes the token and not the person. In other words, no matter who holds this token, they can enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secret cultivation area 2 months later. I spent all my source crystals to exchange for this token, but if I were to sell it on the black market now, I would definitely be able to earn back twice the amount. Even the auctions often sell high-ranking tokens. Because of the time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The earlier the token is sold, the more valuable it is. Maplewood City's black market has gone crazy over this. I don't know how many people want to find a token there. Yang Kai nodded. Not to mention the value of this token itself, just the fact that it could allow people to enter the secret cultivation area 2 months later was enough to make many people fight for it. Bian Yuqing should have accidentally exposed herself, which led to the pursuit of those 3 from the Broken Mountain sect. After not returning for so many years, Yang Kai didn't expect this place to have changed so much. Then what kind of secret cultivation room can you enter with this token? Yang Kai thought for a moment and asked. The white jade token can enter human secret cultivation area, the blue jade token can enter Earth's secret cultivation area, and as for the top red jade token, it can enter Heaven's secret cultivation area. Bian Yuqing explained, Heaven's secret cultivation area is not something people like me can enter. Even many people from the Emperor realm wanted to enter that place. With Bian Yuqing's wealth, she naturally couldn't compete. Chapter 2746. Only Earth Grade. Yang Kai murmured thoughtfully, Do you want to enter it and see if you can break through to the Emperor realm? Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, I have to try, although the chances are slim. She didn't have much confidence in herself, and Yang Kai estimated that even if she really entered an Earth-grade secret area to cultivate, she wouldn't be able to break through to the Emperor realm. A cultivator's mentality was a very important factor in their cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Let's go. Where to? Bian Yuqing asked. To the Spirit Lake Palace. I haven't been here for several years, and you seem to be very familiar with the Spirit Lake Palace. Why don't you be my tour guide? Bian Yuqing nodded and said, All right. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi and flew towards the Spirit Lake Palace, but he didn't return the blue jade token. Bian Yuqing wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end, she didn't ask for it. If Yang Kai really wanted to snatch her blue jade token, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to stop him. It didn't take long for them to cross 1,000 kilometers. Floating in the air, Yang Kai looked at the Spirit Lake Palace from afar and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. In just a few years, this place had already become a city that wasn't inferior to Maplewood City in size. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed that it was still expanding. Perhaps in a few years, the Spirit Lake Palace would be able to swallow up Maplewood City and merge the two into one. Seeing Yang Kai swaggering in, Bian Yuqing hurriedly said, You have to pay source crystals to enter the Spirit Lake City. 10 mid-rank source crystals per person. This toll is a bit expensive. Yang Kai was speechless. He had been to many cities, but most of them only charged low-rank source crystals. Most of them were only 10 low-rank source crystals, but this Spirit Lake City actually charged 10 mid-rank source crystals, 100 times more than other cities. It's worth it. Although the world energy in Spirit Lake City is not as good as in the Spirit Lake Palace's secret area, it is still extremely rich. Many people who can't get a token will find a place to live in Spirit Lake City and live here all year round. Yang Kai nodded. He had also climbed up step by step from the bottom of the cultivator ranks, so he naturally understood the hardships of those cultivators. For them, the world energy in Spirit Lake City was a blessing. 10 mid-rank source crystals were naturally worth the price. As they spoke, the two arrived at the city gate. Fortunately, the city gate was spacious and there weren't many people lining up. When it was Yang Kai's turn, a high-rank source crystal was thrown out, and the cultivator guarding the gate caught it and let them go. It was not that Yang Kai was deliberately showing off his wealth, but he had basically emptied his mid-rank and low-rank source crystals, so the source crystals in his ring were all high-rank. After entering Spirit Lake City, a wave of enthusiasm rushed towards them. On the streets, cultivator traffic was like a school of carps crossing the river, as numerous as the hair on an ox. It was bustling to the extreme. Row upon row of shops stood in great numbers on both sides of the street, and there were even many people that had set up stalls in the open space to sell things that they didn't need. Most of the stalls had people lingering around them, and the sounds of bargaining could be heard without end. Yang Kai was amazed. At a glance, there were endless Dao Source Realm cultivator here. There were even some from the Emperor Realm who hid their cultivation and walked among the crowd. This would have been impossible 10 years ago. Back then, the strongest cultivator near Maplewood City was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. The number of Dao Source Realm cultivators could be counted on 2 hands, but now, Dao Source Realm cultivators were everywhere. All of these changes were naturally due to the rise of Spirit Lake Palace. Along the way, Yang Kai took in the lively atmosphere, feeling as if it was a bit surreal. Bian Yuqing also told Yang Kai about Spirit Lake City from time to time. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Since the disbanding of Blue Feather Sect, she and Kou had come to Spirit Lake City to make a living, so she naturally knew more about this place than Yang Kai. Almost an hour later, the two arrived at the center of Spirit Lake City, Spirit Lake Palace. The huge palace was like a city within a city, and at the entrance of the palace, there were many people lined up. Yang Kai could see clearly that these people were lined up in 3 groups. The leftmost group had the most people, about 500, the middle group had fewer people, only half as many as the leftmost group, and the rightmost group had even fewer people, about 70. The strength of the cultivator in these 3 groups was also very clear. The leftmost group was basically an Origin King Realm cultivator, with a few Dao Source Realm cultivators mixed in occasionally. As for the group in the middle, most of them were first or second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with a few Origin Kings. As for the rightmost group, they were at least second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, with many third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. There were even 2 from the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "The tokens held by these 3 groups are different, right?" Bian Yuqing nodded, "Yes. The leftmost group is the holder of the White Jade token. The middle one is the holder of the Blue Jade token, and the right one is the holder of the Red Jade token. In Spirit Lake Palace, there are the most human-grade cultivation areas, followed by Earth-grade and Heaven-grade. So, don't think that there are many people lining up for the White Jade token, but in fact, the rotation is quite fast." Yang Kai nodded and stepped to the side. Arriving at a relatively open space, he looked around and showed a trace of satisfaction. Bian Yuqing didn't know what he was going to do, but she didn't ask, just looking at him curiously. Yang Kai suddenly said loudly, "There is one Blue Jade token numbered 3912. If you want to buy it, first come, first served." Although his voice wasn't loud, under the influence of his power, the entire Spirit Lake City could hear him. Bian Yuqing's face changed and she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" This was the Blue Jade token that she had spent all her assets to exchange for, and it would only be her turn in 2 months. It was the key to whether she could break through to the Emperor Realm, but Yang Kai had taken it out to sell without her consent. If he really wanted to sell it, she would have already taken it to the auction house. Why would he keep it until now? "Trust me." Yang Kai glanced at her. Bian Yuqing was speechless. Frowning, she nodded and didn't say anything else. Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm master. If he really had malicious intentions towards her, she couldn't resist. After Yang Kai shouted, the nearby cultivators all stopped and looked at him in surprise. In the next moment, a stream of people rushed towards Yang Kai like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by 3 layers of people. This sudden situation made Bian Yuqing a little nervous. Many of the cultivators rushing towards her were exuding extremely powerful auras. They were not people she could contend with. She unconsciously leaned towards Yang Kai, as if looking for a sense of security. "Number 3912? Is that for real? Take it out and let us have a look. Brat, if you dare to fool us, you're dead meat." Many of the martial artists who stayed in Spirit Lake City wanted to obtain a command token, so they were very familiar with the numbers. The Cyan Jade command token numbered 3912 was already very close to the front, and it would probably take less than 2 months for them to obtain one. Usually, this kind of token with the front number would only appear in auctions. One might not even be able to get one in the black market. Now that one had suddenly appeared in front of so many people, it was natural that people would be excited. For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices. Kai Yang ignored the people who were threatening him and continued to shout his own words. People kept flying in from afar. In a short while, The number of cultivators gathered here exceeded 500. Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing were surrounded by people from all directions. Even the air was filled with cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in Spirit Lake City, there would have been people here who would have tried to snatch it. Seeing that it was about time, Yang Kai reached out and took out the blue jade token. First, he showed the front of the token to everyone, then turned it over and held it up high. The numbers on the back were shining brightly under the sun, allowing everyone to see them clearly. It's really number 3912. A token with such a high ranking hasn't appeared for a long time. This number will only appear in 2 months. Brat, I'm the first one here. Hurry up and sell it to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. A middle-aged old man shouted anxiously. This old man was not young. His hair was white, but his cultivation was only at the second-order Tao source realm. Moreover, his body was filled with death qi, and his vitality was extremely thin. It seemed that he was nearing the end of his life. However, if he could make a breakthrough in the martial Tao, he might be able to live for a few more years. Naturally, he was very interested in this token. Another person from the third-order Tao source realm who was standing in midair and looking down said lightly, Brat, how much are you selling this token for? Name a price. Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked around. It seems that everyone is very interested in this token. Very well. Since that's the case, let's auction it on the spot. The highest bidder gets it. The middle-aged old man's face changed when he heard this. He growled, Brat, you clearly said that it's first come, first served. How can you go back on your words? Yang Kai grinned. Old man, I was just saying it casually. Did you take it seriously? Such a precious token naturally has to be auctioned. You. The middle-aged old man's beard trembled as he said angrily, You're infuriating this old master. Since you want to auction it, what's the starting price? The Tao Source Realm Master in the air asked. Yang Kai said, Everyone, just look at it. There is no starting price. With so many people competing, there was no need for a starting price at all. The price would naturally go up when there was a rush. As soon as he said this, someone immediately shouted, 20 million. 20 million is the price to buy this token from the Spirit Lake Palace. You have the nerve to bid? I bid 30 million. 31 million. 32 million. Bids rang out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the blue jade token had reached the price of 36 million. Yang Kai whispered to Bian Yuqing, Is this low-rank or mid-rank source crystal? Bian Yuqing replied, Mid-rank source crystal. The white jade token costs low-rank source crystals, while the red jade token costs high-rank source crystals. How much did you spend when you bought this? Yang Kai asked again. 20 million mid-rank source crystals. Chapter 2747. 20 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 200,000 high-rank source crystals. This number was just a drop in the bucket for him, but for Bian Yuqing, it was her entire fortune. Fortunately, she had been managing the Blue Feather sect for a long time, so she had the cultivation resources of an entire sect in her hands. Otherwise, she would not have so much wealth. 20 million for an item had risen to 36 million in the blink of an eye, and this was not the limit. It seemed that Bian Yuqing was not lying when she said that she could double the price. The cultivator in Spirit Lake City obviously needed this token. 40 million. In midair, a cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm shouted out a price with a red face. It seemed that he was in extreme pain, but as long as he had this blue jade token, he could try to break through to the Emperor realm in 2 months. Once he succeeded, what was 40 million mid-rank source crystals to him? The appearance of the Spirit Lake Palace had allowed many cultivators to break through their shackles. Dozens of cultivators had broken through to the Emperor realm in the past few years. Basically, there were about 10 cultivators every year. Since others could do it, it was not impossible for him. If anyone can offer a higher price, I won't take this token. The cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm gritted his teeth and looked around nervously. What made him happy was that after he made this bid, no one actually followed up with a bid. Thinking about it, 40 million was twice the price of the token from the Spirit Lake Palace. Such a price was basically the bottom line. No one was a fool. Although this number was extremely high, everyone's source crystals did not fall from the sky. So how could they squander it casually? This old master bids 40 million and 10,000. An old voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this, everyone showed a strange expression. This sudden increase of 10,000 was not clear if he wanted to take advantage of the situation, or if he had a grudge against the cultivator who bid 40 million and was deliberately trying to disgust him. Who is it? The cultivator from the third order Tao source realm was furious when he heard this, a volcano of anger brewing in his chest. Although Yang Kai didn't say how much each bid would be, everyone still followed the rules when bidding just now. Each bid was at least 500,000 yuan, which was basically a million yuan increment. But now that there were 10,000 of them, wasn't that just causing trouble? It's me. What's wrong? You have a problem with that? A figure flashed and an old man suddenly appeared. Hovering above everyone's heads, he looked down at them. As he spoke, he channeled the energy within his body, and an emperor's will burst forth from him. An emperor realm master. The old man was still looking around. Sunmi's cultivator's expression changed, and he immediately shut up. He hadn't expected someone from the emperor realm to compete with him for the Cyan Jade token. Although the Cyan Jade token could allow one to enter an Earth-level secret cultivation area, which was of some use to the Emperor realm, venerable sovereigns generally went to Heaven-level secret cultivation areas. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that this old man had participated in the auction for his own disciples or descendants. It's the sect master of the Broken Mountain sect, Lu Dongzheng. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, as if he had recognized the old man's identity. Everyone else heard this. All of them had fearful looks on their faces. Bian Yuqing's body trembled, subconsciously feeling that this Lu Dongzheng was here to cause trouble. But after thinking carefully, she remembered that no one had seen her and Yang Kai kill those 3 Broken Mountain sect disciples. Only then did she relax a lot. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Dongzheng thoughtfully. Not to mention that this old man's sudden bid of 10,000 was suspicious of him causing trouble. Just the fact that he had just killed Broken Mountain sect's disciples, and this sect master suddenly came to find him, wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Could it be that he had been exposed? That couldn't be right. When he had killed the disciples, his spiritual sense had been scanning the surroundings. No one had been spying on them. Moreover, those 3 people hadn't sent any messages before they died. How could Lu Dongzheng know? So it's Master Lu. The third order Dao source realm cultivator also recognized Lu Dongzheng and said with a wry smile, "Since it is Master Lu who wants this blue jade token, this junior does not dare to have any objections." "It's best that you don't have any objections." Lu Dongzheng lightly snorted and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. He extended his hand and said, "Hand over the token." Yang Kai stared at him and sneered, "The auction isn't over yet." Lu Dongzheng said, "What? Could it be that someone has a higher bid than this old master?" His dignified gaze swept the surroundings, and anyone who caught his eye couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Even if they had the heart to bid, they didn't dare to open their mouths. Not to mention, this price of 40 million was almost the limit. "Do you see? This old master's bid is the highest." Lu Dongzheng extended his hand again, hand over the token. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and shook his head. "Even if your bid is the highest, this token, I still won't sell it to you." "You want to snatch the token by adding 10,000? If Yang Kai really gave it to him, he would probably be disgusted for a while. Not to mention, this token was something that the 3 cultivator from Broken Mountain sect wanted to snatch. Even Ko Wu was killed in order to protect the token, so how could he hand it over to Broken Mountain sect? Lu Dongzheng's expression sank as he shouted, "Brat, you dare not follow the rules?" Yang Kai sneered, "It's my thing, so I set the rules. Who do you think you are?" As soon as he said this, the group of people stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, secretly admiring his courage. Lu Dongzheng was an Emperor Realm Master, yet this young man actually dared to provoke him. Courting death, Lu Dongzheng flew into a rage. He pushed his aura and pressed down on Yang Kai. Many people who were standing nearby groaned and retreated in unison. Yang Kai didn't move and sneered at Lu Dongzheng. He gently exhaled, and his aura from the Emperor realm slowly awakened like a fierce beast. Lu Dongzheng's expression changed, You're also an Emperor Realm Master. The people nearby were also shocked. They never expected Yang Kai to have the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. They all felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they all obeyed the rules during the auction and didn't offend him. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bear the consequences. It seems this old master misjudged. Lu Dongjing's expression suddenly became cold. Ignoring him, Kai Yang pointed to the front and shouted, "You, come here." In the direction of the finger, everyone dodged to the side, as if it was not a finger, but a venomous snake. The cultivator who bid 40 million earlier also dodged, but no matter how he dodged, he found that Yang Kai's finger was pointing at him. His expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Master, what are your orders?" Although he was much older than Yang Kai, his cultivation was inferior, so he could only call him master. "You, come here," Yang Kai said again. The cultivator had no choice but to walk towards Yang Kai with a nervous look, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do to him. When he came close, before he could say anything, Yang Kai stuffed the blue jade token into his hand and said, "I'll sell it to you." In an instant, Lu Dongjing, who was floating in the air, turned pale. He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had bid a higher price. But Yang Kai actually didn't sell it to him and instead gave it to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was simply a slap in the face in front of everyone. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm cultivator was shocked and frightened, without any joy. The blue jade token in his hand was like a hot iron, scalding his hand. If Lu Dongjing hadn't bid, he would have been happy to take the token. But now that Lu Dongjing was here, how could he dare to accept it? If he accepted it, he would offend someone, and there was no guarantee that he would be retaliated against. "Master, this token. I don't want it anymore," he said with difficulty and tried to return the token. "Do you dare?" Yang Kai grabbed his collar and glared at him fiercely. "Believe it or not, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was horrified and his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "Fighting is not allowed in Spirit Lake City." Yang Kai said darkly, "Can you hide in Spirit Lake City for the rest of your life? When you leave the city, I'll beat you up." The cultivator was about to cry and said helplessly, "Master, why do you have to make things difficult for me? I'm just a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Selling you a token is making things difficult for you?" Yang Kai sneered and didn't let go of his collar. "Do you want it or not? If you don't, you're dead." The cultivator averted his eyes, not daring to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "If you want it, you may offend Lu Dongjing, but you will get a token and have a chance to break through to the Emperor Realm. If you don't want it, you will offend this young master, and you won't get any benefits. Consider the pros and cons carefully." The cultivator's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes, whether I want this token or not, I will offend the Emperor Realm, but if I do, I will have a glimmer of hope to break through. Why didn't I think of such a simple problem?" In an instant, he made a decision in his heart. Looking up at Lu Dongjing, the cultivator cupped his fists and said, "Master Lu, this junior is not competing with you. This master is being forced to sell me this token. Please understand, master." "Humph." Lu Dongjing coldly snorted, causing the cultivator's face to turn pale again. But since things had already come to this point, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He quickly took out 40 million mid-rank source crystals from his space ring and placed them in another space ring before handing them over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai tossed it to Bian Yuqing before letting go of the cultivator and sternly saying, "You can use this token for yourself, but you must not sell it, especially to that old man." He pointed at Lu Dongjing and threatened, "If I find out that you sold it to him, humph." I know. I will use it for myself. I will never sell it." The cultivator nodded repeatedly. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand. The cultivator felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly ran into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. When the others saw that the tokens had been sold, they naturally had no intention of staying any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lu Dongjing remained, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he said, "Little friend, I wonder what this old master has done to offend you that you would target this old master like this." Yang Kai sneered, "Sect Master Lu, there is no need to play dumb. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't we speak frankly? Lu Dongjing said, I don't know what little friend is talking about. If you don't know, then there's nothing to say. Yang Kai turned around and said to Bian Yuqing, let's go. Chapter 2748. Wait a moment. Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, Lu Dongjing hurriedly shouted, Sect Master Lu, what other advice do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head. Lu Dongjing narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Only after a while did he speak, My 3 disciples now, where are they? Huh. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Lu Dongjing mockingly. I thought Sect Master Lu really didn't know anything. It turns out those 3 people were acting under your orders. Bian Yuqing's face paled. She glared at Lu Dongjing. If this was really the case, then Lu Dongjing was the culprit behind Ko Wu's death. If not for his orders, she and Ko Wu would not have been chased by those 3 people. Lu Dongjing acted as if he did not hear her and simply said, You still haven't answered this old master's question. Do you want to know? Yang Kai grinned. Think about it slowly. Turning around, he left. Lu Dongjing was fuming with anger. If it were not for Spirit Lake City not allowing fighting, he would have already rushed up to Yang Kai and fought him to the death. After all, one of those 3 disciples was his descendant, so he had great expectations for him. Now listening to Yang Kai's tone, those 3 disciples were most likely dead, so how could Lu Dongjing not feel pained? Gritting his teeth, Lu Dongjing shouted, Boy, don't let this old master see you outside the city, otherwise I will kill you. Yang Kai snorted and did not even bother to turn around, making Lu Dongjing feel as if he had punched a cotton ball and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Yang Kai's back with resentment, Lu Dongjing secretly decided to teach this boy a lesson. Otherwise, his 3 disciples would have died in vain. What are you doing? Go back and wait in line. In front of the Spirit Lake Palace, in a 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, a cultivator wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land stopped Yang Kai with an arrogant look on his face. As a disciple of a top sect in the Southern Territory, he naturally had the right to be arrogant, not to mention that he was already a 3rd Order Dao Source Realm cultivator at such a young age. It was very likely that he would break through to the Emperor Realm in the future. The Spirit Lake Palace was led by the Star Soul Palace. It was built by the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory. Naturally, it was managed by the 3 top sections. Yang Kai took out a token and waved it in front of the man. The Heavenly Martial Holy Land disciple instantly put away the arrogance on his face and cupped his fists. So it's brother from the Azure Sun Temple. May I know how to address you, brother? The token in Yang Kai's hand was the Azure Gold token. It was a token that only core disciples were qualified to possess. Although this person was from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, he was only an inner disciple. There was still a huge gap between him and a core disciple. After confirming Yang Kai's identity, he naturally didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Bian Yuqing stared blankly. This person who guarded the entrance of the Spirit Lake Palace all day long had an arrogant attitude. She had seen with her own eyes how arrogant and condescending they were. Even if an ordinary person from the Emperor Realm came here, they would sometimes show disdain. Seeing Yang Kai actually cupped his fists and saluted, Bian Yuqing suddenly remembered. When she went to the 4 Seasons realm, Yang Kai was with the Azure Sun Temple. It turned out that Yang Kai was already a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, and judging from his posture, it seemed that his status wasn't low. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this gatekeeping cultivator to lower his attitude. Yang Kai. The gatekeeping disciple frowned when he heard the name. After thinking carefully for a moment, he found that he was extremely unfamiliar with this name. He had never heard of it at all. He basically knew the several core disciples of the Azure Sun Temple, but there was no such person as Yang Kai. However, the Azure Sun Gold token couldn't be faked. Using this gold token meant that Yang Kai was really a core disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. When Yang Kai refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm, his reputation shook and spread throughout the Southern Territory. However, after so many years, things naturally calmed down. Moreover, many cultivators were in seclusion all year round, so it was normal for them not to have heard of Yang Kai's name. This gatekeeping cultivator was one of them. It turned out to be Brother Yang. Although the cultivator didn't know Yang Kai, he still had the necessary etiquette. May I ask why Brother Yang has come here this time? Are you here to use the secret site to cultivate? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. When Gao Shueting had given him the Azure Sun Golden Token, she had told him that other than the secret cultivation grounds for heaven, earth, and mortal, there were some better secret cultivation grounds in the Spirit Lake Palace that were reserved for the disciples of the 3 major sections. Those secret cultivation grounds would not be open to the public, and those who held the golden token could enter them for free. If not for this, he wouldn't have sold Bian Yuqing's Blue Jade token. Since there was a better place, the Blue Jade token was naturally useless. Brother Yang, please come with me. I will take you to see the master in charge. The man said and turned and walked inside. Yang Kai called out to Bian Yuqing and followed. At this moment, Bian Yuqing already knew what Yang Kai was planning to do. Her eyes were full of gratitude, but at the same time, she smiled bitterly. She had spent all her assets to buy a Blue Jade token, but she still had to wait 8 months for her turn. However, Yang Kai only needed to come here to enter the secret site to cultivate. Comparing the two, Bian Yuqing found that the convenience of being a disciple of a great sect was not something she could imagine. She couldn't help but feel helpless. Without a strong background, even if she really broke through to the Emperor Realm, she wouldn't be able to show the prestige of the Emperor Realm in front of these disciples of the great sects. What are you doing? Yang Kai suddenly looked back at Bian Yuqing and frowned. He suddenly noticed that Bian Yuqing's state was a little strange. Bian Yuqing was shocked when she heard this and suddenly realized why she had such decadent thoughts. As soon as this thought appeared, the slim hope of breaking through to the Emperor Realm became even slimmer. She immediately collected her thoughts, and her eyes gradually became firm. Yes, Ko Wu had died in order to protect the Blue Jade token, just to leave a glimmer of hope for her to break through. If she didn't give a satisfactory explanation, how could she face Ko Wu when she went to the 9 Serenities Hell? Ko Wu's blood couldn't be spilled in vain. I'm fine. Bian Yuqing smiled faintly, exuding an indescribable confidence and determination. She had a feeling that if she could find a good place to enter seclusion right now, her chances of breaking through to the Emperor Realm were as high as 30%. She originally only had a 10% chance, so this 30% chance was already very high. Yang Kai stared at Bian Yuqing seriously for a while before turning his head away. He didn't understand what kind of psychological struggle Bian Yuqing had in such a short time, but seeing that she was in good condition, he was happy. The heavenly martial Holy Land disciple led Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing into a side room and said, Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask the master steward to come over. Thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai nodded. The man turned around and left. Thank you. Bian Yuqing suddenly opened her mouth. This was the second time she had thanked Yang Kai after seeing him, and each time, it was from the bottom of her heart. After living for so many years, no one had ever been so kind to her, so she was deeply moved. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, It's just a small matter. Saying so, he casually tossed a few jade bottles over. Bian Yuqing caught them and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. These are, you can use them when you cultivate, Yang Kai explained. Bian Yuqing curiously opened one of the jade bottles and glanced at it, her whole body shaking as she stared. These are Emperor-grade spirit pills? Looking at the other jade bottle, she found that it was also an Emperor-grade spirit pill. Moreover, looking at the appearance and fragrance of the first jade bottle, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the legendary Tranquil Heart Pill. The Tranquil Heart Pill was a spirit pill that could help a cultivator clear their distracting thoughts and reduce the formation of heart demons during cultivation. Although there were such pills on the market, they were definitely not Emperor-grade. The best was only Tao's Source-grade mid-rank, which was thousands of miles away from the spirit pills in the jade bottle. The other bottles seemed to be Heavenly Way pills, which were even more amazing. After taking them, it could help a cultivator comprehend Heavenly Way and world principles. With the help of these 2 bottles of spirit pills, the original 30% chance would at least increase to 50%. This was a 50% chance. If she couldn't break through this time, she might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Holding the 2 jade bottles tightly, Bian Yuqing's heart surged as she looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze. You gave me such a big gift. I don't know how to repay you. I don't expect you to repay me. Yang Kai touched his chin and pondered for a moment. But if you must repay me, then join my sect? Azure Sun Temple? Bian Yuqing was dumbfounded. This was simply another big gift. How could it be considered repayment? There were at least 80,000 cultivators like her who wanted to join Azure Sun Temple, but Azure Sun Temple was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. How could it be so easy to join? If she could really join the Azure Sun Temple, even if she became the lowest disciple, it would still be better than her wandering outside alone. A woman, especially a beautiful woman like her with an enchanting figure, would easily cause trouble when she was alone. Sometimes, trouble would come to her when she was quiet. No, it's not Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai shook his head. Not Azure Sun Temple? Bian Yuqing was stunned. Yang Kai smiled and said, I created the sect myself, and now the sect has, well, almost less than 10 people. It's just the beginning stage, and we lack manpower. Protector Bian, are you interested? Good. Bian Yuqing didn't even think about it, and agreed directly. Yang Kai had helped her so much that she wouldn't hesitate to repay him with her body, let alone join a sect. Bian Yuqing didn't think that the sect Yang Kai created was very strong. Although he was in the Emperor realm and had great strength, any sect had a development process. Now the sect had less than 10 people, so it was obviously a small sect, perhaps not even as strong as the Blue Feather sect of the past. But so what? As long as they worked together, there would be a day when the sect would be strong, and if she could be promoted to an Emperor Realm Master, she would definitely be of great help to Yang Kai and could repay today's favor. You agreed so quickly. Yang Kai grinned. Bian Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. I'm also a person who knows how to repay kindness. You can rest assured that if I can come out of the secret plane safely this time, I will return to the sect with you. If I accidentally die inside, that is my fate. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.